With the Clelland Maths, this is your ultimate higher applications in maths, whole course video in 4 hours, everything you need. Download the PDF, work through it on app.clellandmaths.com. And remember, we've got our last minute live streams the night before the exam. We've also got our members only right now of my 2026 Clelland Maths practice papers for higher apps. So get on that right now if you want, and let's get going. Clelland Maths is sponsored by Lecky, the educational publisher for Scotland. They offer viewers of this channel a massive 30% discount. Just use the discount code ClellandMaths at leckyscotland.co.uk. The practice question books go all the way from level 3 to advanced higher and include national 3, 4 and 5 apps as well, so you can get any book you need for your studies. These are an excellent resource with questions on every topic and contain work solutions so you can see how the marks are awarded. As you go through the book, the questions get increasingly difficult, so by the time you finish your book, you'll be ready for your exams. Usually £9.99, just use the discount code ClellandMaths to get 30% off that. Link down below. Question 1. Bailey takes out a loan for £4,000 with an effective rate of interest of 29.9%. Calculate the monthly. So to calculate a monthly, if it was in a spreadsheet this, we would do 1 plus the box to the power of 12, and then we'll take away 1. But then we need to times by 100 really to get the percent. The Excel does that for you, but we're going to do it manually. So it's 1 plus 29.9, 2299 to the power over 12. Now, if you can't get there yourself, there's a calculator. 100 plus 29.9 divided by 100 gives you 1.299, and it's a power over 12, not divided by 12. And then you take away 1, because I want to get rid of that 1, and I want to times by 100 to get back to a percent. So 1.299 to the power of 112, take away the 1, times 100, and we get 2.20389. 2.20389, and a lot of you probably round that to 2.2%, which is what I'll do just to make it easier next time. So there we go. Part B. Bailey makes level monthly payments of £250 at the end of each month, complete with loan schedule. So we can do our working if required, but we're going to use a calculator for most of this. So we're just going to do it all in the calculator. So first step, 2.2%, that is 0.022. Or you can just times by 2.2 and divide by 100. To get the interest, you do loan outstanding times the percent, which is 88. Capital is 250 minus interest, 162. And loan outstanding is loan outstanding before minus your capital, which is 3838. And then we start again. So we want the interest, so it's 0.022 times 3838, 84.436, so 84.44. And then we want the capital, 250 minus 84.44 is 16556. And then the loan outstanding, 3838 minus £165.56, 367244. And we're done there. Higher Applications of Maths 2022 question 1. Jill borrows £56.50 from a bank. Annual effective interest rate is 9%. Jill makes level monthly repayments of £186.01 at the end of the month. Complete the loan schedule for Jill's loan to show the loan outstanding at the end of month 2. So first of all, we need to work out the monthly interest. So we'll turn that 9% into 1.09. 100 plus 9 divided by 100. So it's 1.09. And it's the power over 12 because it's 1 month. So if I do that in a calculator, you'll see that I get 1.09 to the power of 1 over 12. That's 1.0072. So we then need to obviously take away the 1 and times by 100 to change it back to a percent. So I need to take away 1 and times by 100. So there it is there. Take away 1 times 100 and we get 0.720732. 0.72%. Now, when you're doing your table, you can use 0.72%. You would even get away with 0.7% of the full amount. I'm just going to use 0.72 because it's easier to do with sums in a calculator than having to keep this one going the whole time. Just when you check the mark scheme yourself, make sure you look at the different options that are available. So this one will be for 0.72%. Okay, so let's start off. I want the interest content of repayment. So the interest content is, we take the percent and times by the loan outstanding. So it's 5650 times 0.72%, so divide by 100, and that gives me £40.68. So I'll put that in this box here. Capital content of repayment, well, that is just your repayment minus your interest. So the repayment's 186.01 minus your interest, which gives you 14533. And the loan outstanding is the previous loan outstanding minus the capital content, because interest doesn't go towards it. So that's 550467. And then we start again. So it's £5504.67 times 0.72%, £39.63. 18601 is the payment minus the £39.63 to give 14638. And finally, loan £5504.67 minus the £146.38 to get 5358.29. And we're done there. SQA Higher Apps Maths 2025, question 11. Freddie has a credit card with an annual effective rate of 29.9%, interest applied at the end of each month. Payments must be made on the first day of each month. The minimum payment is 5% or £5, whatever's higher. After Freddie makes his payment on the 1st of March, his balance was 823.19. He doesn't use his credit card during March. Calculate his balance on the 1st of April, after he's made his minimum payment. So we've got 823.19 times 29.9%, so 1.299. 1/12 is applied to that because it's for 1 month. So then the interest gets added on, yeah? So we can work out that to start with. That gives me 84133. But it then says in the question that he makes his minimum payment. So his minimum payment is either 5% or £5. So I need to do 5% of 84133 to check if that's bigger than £5 or not. That is 42.07. So that's his payment then. Take that away to get the balance. £841.33 minus 42.07 is 79926. And obviously I've picked 42.07 because it's way bigger than 5%, and we're done there. The reason why Freddie should consider paying his full balance on his credit card each month. Well, technically with a credit card, although not according to this question, if you pay your full balance each month, you would pay no interest. But I think for this question, I'll say less interest. So he should consider paying his full balance on his credit card each month because over time, Freddie will pay much less interest than by just paying the minimum balance, minimum payment. I think you could say more than that. You could say something like, it would take a lot longer to pay off, it will be more expensive in the long run, and there's probably lots of other examples which are reasonable, but it's only worth 1 mark, so I think that's a reasonable answer. So we're done there. Higher Applications of Maths 2025 question 6. You must refer to information on lifetime ISA given the pre-release. Morgan owns a lifetime ISA with a borrowing bank. The online account has an effective rate of interest of 3.25%. Morgan makes a deposit of 2,500 into her account on the 1st of January 24. So I'm setting up a timeline, 2,500. The government bonus is paid into her account on the first day of the following month, on the 1st of the 2nd, 24. She makes no further deposits in 24. Calculate the accumulated value of Morgan's lifetime ISA on the 31st of January 24, which is the same as the 1st of January 25, essentially. So we need to work out what this bonus is. So lifetime ISA pre-release material says you can save up to £4,000 a year as a lump sum or put in cash in when you can. The government will add a 25% bonus to your savings up to a maximum of £1,000. The bonus is paid every month on new deposits that have been made. So the bonus is paid on the deposit. So we made a deposit of £2,500. So our bonus on that deposit is 25% of £2,500. So 0.25 times 2,500 is 625. So I can just I'm putting in 625 there. So now I just need to work out my interest. 3.25%. So 1.0325, add 100 divided by 100. And I want it for 1 month for that time period. But that's out of a year. So it's out of 12 months and I want 1 month. And this one's still 1.0325, but is now 11 months out of 12 months. So my sum, that was 625, remember, is just going to be 2,500 times 1.0325 to the power over 12. But then I need to add the 625. That's step 1. 2,500 times 1.0325 to the power of 1 over 12 plus the 625 is 3131.67. So then I start again from 3131.67 times 1.0325 to the power of 11 twelfths. 3131.67 times 1.0325 to the power of 11 over 12 is £3224.84. And we're done there. Higher Applications of Maths 2024 question 5. EWA deposited £4,500 in available savings account on the 1st of January 21. Effective rates are followed. So we've got January 21 to March 21, end of March, 0.415% per month. And then April 21 to December 21 is 4.7 per year. And then from January onwards, 22 is 2.6%. So I'm going to do a little timeline to see what she's got. Now let's just check she's not putting more money in. She deposits £4,500 EWA. So if I deposit £4,500 on the 1st of January, so let's have a look. 1st of January 21, we've got 4,500, and that's only going to take us up to the 31st of March, but I'll just make that the 1st of the month to make it easy to see. And then we've got what the percent is, which is 0.415, so I'll put a 1 and divide by 100, 0.0415. And it's a power though, because it's January, February, March, 3. Not out of 12 because it's per month. So I'll move on to the next one. From the 1st of April, I need to go up to the 1st of January 22, 31st of December, 1st of January. And that is 1.047, 4.7%. And the power this time is, well, that's 9 months. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 9 months, but that's per year, so 9 out of 12. I then need to go from there, and just in the third place now, 1st of January to the 1st of January 24. So that is 1.026, and that's 2 years exactly. So since it's 2 years exactly, it's the power of 2.
So there we are. We managed to fill in our timeline. So then we just do our sum. 4,500 times 1.00415 cubed times 1.047 to the 9/12 times 1.026 squared. 4,500 times 1.00415 to the power of 3 times 1.047 to the power of 9/12 times 1.026 squared, and you get 4964.357. So 2 decimal places, 4964.36. Part B. On the 1st of January 22, Billy opened an account with the same effective interest rates, and his savings goal was 6,000 by the 1st of January. So he's going between the 1st of January 22 and 24. So from January 22, it's 2.6%. 2.6% per year. Calculate minimum deposit he needs on the 1st of January to make his savings goal. So it's present value calculation. We're working backwards. So we're starting with 6,000, and we're not timesing, we're dividing. And it's 1.026. January to January, 2 years squared. 6,000 divided by 1.026 squared is 5699.759. So we're going to have to put in 5699.76. You can double check that. 5699.76 times 1.026 squared is just over 6,000. So we're done there.
SQA Higher Application Maths 2023 question 7. Taylor opens a savings account the 1st of April 21 with a deposit of 400, and then the effective interest rates as follows. She makes further deposits on the £200 on the 1st of August, £250 on the 1st of April. Calculated balance on the 31st of July 2022. On the 1st of April 21, she's put in £400. And then that takes us up to the 1st of August 21. 1st of August 21, where she puts in another £200. And the interest rate between them is 1.2% per year. 1.012 to the power of, well, there's 4 months in between there, 4/12. And then she goes up to April 2022, but the interest rate changes. So I need to go to the 1st of February 1st, 2022. And the interest rate between there is still 1.012. August to February is 6/12. 6 months. And on the 1st of February, she doesn't do anything. We just now go straight to the 1st of April 22, where she puts in £250. Then the interest rate at that point is 0.11%, which is 1.0011. Use your calculator if you need to get that one. And the number of months between February and April is 2, so that's squared because it's just per month. We then go to the 31st of July, which is the same as the 1st of August. And that is also 1.0011. And the number of months between there is 4. So now we can just start working on this. 400 times 1.012 to the power of 4/12. Then we add 200. Plus the 200 is 601.59. Okay, so then we've got 601.59 times 1.012 to the 6/12. But then we've got times 1.0011 squared, and then we add 250 at the end. So all of that, 601.59 times 1.012 to the power of 6/12 times 1.001 squared plus 250 is 856.52. Okay, our next bullet point then, we start with 856.52. And we're now going times 1.0011 to the 4. 856.52 times 1.0011 to the power of 4 is 860.29 to 2 decimal places because it's money. 294, but 29. Okay, and we're done part A. Just note, there was 2 methods to this, and if you use the alternative method, which is in the mark scheme as well, for method 1, you will get 860.30. It's just to do with where the rounding takes place. You're rounding as you go with this, so your chances are going to be a little bit low, but that's fine. 860.30 with method 1, or using this method, which is what I prefer, 860.29. So part B says she makes a final deposit on the 1st of August of 2022, and on the 1st of December she's got £1,000. How much did she deposit? So this is a reverse one. Calculate the present value. So we're starting with 1,000. We're dividing by the interest rate, which is now 1.7% per year from the 1st of August. 1.017. August, September, October, November, then into December is 4 months out of 12. So that will tell me how much is in our bank on the 1st of August. 1,000 divided by 1.017 to the power of 4 over 12 is 994.396, 994.40. So now to work out how much is in her account, well, what she deposited, that's what's in her account, but she already had 860.29, so we take them away. 994.40 minus 860.29 is £134.11. Now the mark scheme for this says 134.10, but that's using the answer from the other method of 860.30. Obviously we got 860.29, so it'll be a penny difference at 134.11, and that is completely fine. We have against Maths 2022 question 6, the average price of petrol increased at the following annual effective rates: 2.1, 0.5 and 2.0 from 2018 to 2021. And we have to work out the average price, the overall percentage increase in the average price of petrol over these 3 years. Now don't be tempted to just add them up. That is not it. Imagine if I started with £100, I would do 100 times 1.021 times 1.005 times 1.02. I would times them by the decimal multipliers. So I need to times them together to get the overall percentage increase. So in other words, I do 1.021. I got that by doing 100 plus 2.1 divided by 100 times 1.005 times 1.02. Once I've done that, you'll see in a minute, we can do it in bits. 1.021 times 1.005 times 1.02. That gives you 1.046627. So with that answer, I'm going to have to take away the 1 and times 100 to find it back into a percent. So take away 1 times 100, 4.66, and a bunch of other numbers, 4.66%. Average price of petrol in 2021 was 136.4 pence per litre. Calculate the average cost of filling a 45 litre tank with petrol in 2018. So we're going from 21 back to 2018, but we already know that the percentage that increase was 4.66%. So all I need to do is divide by that to go backwards. So 136.4 divided by 1.0466. So getting my calculator back open for that. 466,271. That'll just divide by 1.0466,271. That gives me 130.323. So I then need to times that by 45 because it's 45 litres. So just times straight away by 45. That gives you 5864.55 and a bunch of numbers. But that's going to be pence. Now pence looks a bit nasty to me, so I'm going to divide by 100 to get £58 and 645, so 65 pence. 58.65. Due to rounding, you'll get 58.65 or 64, 63, and that'll be completely fine. SQA Higher Applications in Maths 2023 questions 9. The Consumer Price Index CPI in the UK in April 2021 was 110.4 relative to a baseline of 100 in April 2015. Explain what this figure means in terms of relative purchasing power. So purchasing power is how much you can buy, basically, based with a set amount of money. 110.4 against 100 means that I can buy the same amount of goods in 2021 with £110.4 as I could with £100 in 2015. The minimum thing you can say to get a mark is purchasing power has decreased, but I would probably say, expand on that and say £110.40 can buy the same amount of goods and services in April 2021 as £100 could buy in April 2015. Simple as that. Right, the price of a new 3-door car rose in line with the CPI between April 2015 and April 2021. In 2021, the price of a new 3-door car was £14,108. Let me take a note of that. 14,108. Calculate the price of a new 3-door car in April 2015. So the consumer price index relative to 100 is 110.4. So I can do 110. I need to divide, because I'm going back to the original, by 110 over 100. So 110.4 divided by 100 is a decimal, 1.104. So I need to divide by 1.104 because it's went up by 1.104. So taking my calculator, I get 14,108 divided by 1.104 is 12,778.99. £12,778.99. Okay, the national living wage is the minimum hourly rate to be paid to an employee 23 years or older. In April 21, the national living wage was £8.91. This was raised to £9.50 in 2022. Given that the CPI in April 2022 is 119.0, determine if this rise is in line with inflation. So our new CPI is 119 relative to 100. So if we divide them together, that gives me 119 divided by 110.4, 1.0078, 1.0778. So the national living wage was £8.91 and it's been raised to £9.50. So you could compare the fractions, or you could just take £8.91 and calculate what it should be. So times 1.0778. So £8.91 times 1.0779, I think it was, is £9.60 roughly. £9.60 is what it should be. So the national living wage was increased below inflation. And we're done there. 7 continue. Part B, the consumer price index in April 22 was 119.0 and in April 23 was 128.3. Tom's gross monthly salary was 4,222 and in 23 it was 45. Determine whether Tom's monthly salary increased in line with the CPI. So how you do these is, there's a CPI and there's a CPI there for the two places. So if I do that divided by that tells me how much my salary should have multiplied by. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 128.3 divided by 119.0. That's what my salary should have multiplied by. And my salary was 4,200. So I'm going to times by 4,200. And that's what I should have in April 23.
And that gives you a number of 4528.24. Now, his monthly salary is 4,500, so did it rise in line with the CPI? Not really. It did mostly, but not exactly. You could say yes, it did, but it was under by about £28 per month, or you would say, what I would say is no, since 4528.24 is bigger than 4,500, or since his salary is less than 4528.24. And we're done there.
SQA Higher Apps Exams 2025 question 3. You need to refer to deductions from salaries. Elena earns a gross annual salary of 24,960, pays 8.2% of her gross annual into her pension, and pays 82.56 national insurance per month. What is her net monthly salary? Okay, so for this question, we don't need to work out the national insurance. We just need to work out the tax. So you can ignore the national insurance part of the data booklet and just grab the tax bit, which is here. But don't be so hasty. With pension, you need to take that off first before you calculate tax. Not before you calculate national insurance, but before you calculate tax. So I need to work out her taxable pay. So it says 8.2%. So I could just do 100 minus 8.2 to leave 91.8%. So 24,960 times 0.918 will tell you her wage once you take off the pension. Now, if you don't like that, that's completely fine. You can just do 8.2% and take it off. And in any case, you will get 22,913.28. And we'll then use that with the tax table. So there's our tax table. So personal allowance 0. For starter rate, we just do the bands, 14,876 minus 12,570 times 0.19. Which is 438.14. We now move on to the basic, always bearing in mind what their wage is. The wage, remember, is 22,913.28. Well, that's above this number here. So I use their wage minus 14,876, 22,913.28. Minus 14,876 times 0.2. To get 1607.46. Rounding up. So total tax is £438.14 plus 1607.46, which is 2045.60. So now we need their net wage for the month. So you could work out the total national insurance for the year and take everything off and divide. Or at this stage, you could just take away the tax and divide by 12 and then take away the national insurance. And I think that's the quickest way. So that's the way I'm going to do it. So I've already got our taxable pay. So I've already took off the pension. So I can just do £22,913.28 minus my total tax of that. And then divide by 12. Being as efficient as I can by using my calculator's brackets. £1,738.97. So that means that our net month pay is 1738.97, and the only thing we've not took off is the national insurance given to us in the question, which is 82.56 per month. To get a grand total of 1656.41. And we're done there.
SQA Higher Apps Maths 2024 question 7. You must refer to deductions from salaries given in the pre-release material. It says in 2023, Tom was paid a gross salary of £4,500 per month for 12 months from the 6th of April 2023. His annual income tax is £10,718.48, so we don't need to calculate the tax for a change. And he's opted out of paying pension, so we don't need to work out his pension. It says calculate Tom's net annual salary after all deductions, including national insurance. Here is the pre-release material for 2024, and it says deductions from salaries, tax bands, and national insurance, and then it finishes. So we don't need the tax bands because he's already calculated the tax, so the only thing we need is the national insurance contribution. So let's just copy that over. So I've copied that national insurance table over, and it says he earns £4,500 a month. And that is from the 6th of April 23. So if you look at this national insurance table, he's got a variable national insurance rate. First of all, it says you begin in £10.48 a month. For payslips dated the 6th of April to the 5th of January, you pay this amount. And for the 6th of January to the 5th of April, you pay that amount. The thing that's changing is the percent, 12 and 10. I'm going to have to do two calculations. And then I'm going to have to work out his total salary for the year. So let's have a look. £4,500 a month from the 6th of April 23. So we're assuming he gets paid on the 6th of April, which is a bit weird date to be paid, but there you go. It's probably to make the sums easier. So let's call that 1 and call that 2. Looking at 1, from the months, he's got 4,500, so that's above this. So the first thing I do is do this number minus this number, 4189 minus 1048. I need to do 12% times 0.12 plus, and then he's got 4,500, and we need to take away the top bit of 4189, and that's times 2%, 0.02. And that's going to be for how many months? Well, we've got April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, and then January will be new, so that's 9 months. And then option 2 is the same sums, 4189 minus 1048, but this time that takes 10%, so 0.1, plus 4,500 minus the 4189, and this is still 2%. But now he's in the 6th of January, so January, February, March, and then April, we're past the 5th of April, so it's 3 months. Now that should add up to 12 months, 9, 10, 11, 12. So now we can work out his total national insurance. So we've got 4189 minus 1048 times 0.12. So that's the first sum, 376.92 plus 4,500 minus 4189 times 0.02, which is £6.22. So that total for that one is 376.92, which is 376.92 plus 6.22 is 383.14. And for the second one, we'll times at the end. We have got the first top bit, 4189 minus 1048, and that's 10%, which is 314.10. And then we've got 4,500 minus 4189 times 2%, so it's the same sum, but I'll do it just to be sure I didn't make a mistake. £6.22. So in total, we've got £6.22 plus 31410 is 320.32. So now, in total, his total NI is 9 times 38314 plus 3 times 320. Just check your sums. 38314 times 9, 320 times 3 is 4409. So now with the calculator's net, remember, net annual salary. So his annual gross, we'll call it, is 4,500 times 12, because he has 4,500 a month, which is 54,000. So his net is 54,000 minus all his deductions. So that's 10,718.48 minus 4409. Any other deductions? We've got tax, national insurance, no pension. No, that's it. 54,000 minus 10718.48, minus again 4409 is 38872. And we're done there. Okay, 7 continue. Part B, the consumer price index in April 22 was 119.0 and in April 23 was 128.3. Tom's gross monthly salary was 4,222 and in 23 it was 45. Determine whether Tom's monthly salary increased in line with the CPI. So how you do these is, there's a CPI and there's a CPI there for the two places. So if I do that divided by that, that tells me how much my salary should have multiplied by. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 128.3 divided by 119.0. That's what my salary should have multiplied by. And my salary was 4,200. So I'm going to times by 4,200. And that's what I should have in April 23. And that gives you a number of 4528.24. Now, his monthly salary is 4,500. So did it rise in line with the CPI? Not really. It did mostly, but not exactly. You could say yes, it did, but it was under by about £28 per month. Or you would say, what I would say is no, since 4528.24 is bigger than 4,500, or since his salary is less than 4528.24. And we're done there. SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2023 question 4. It says you must refer to the information on tax bands 2022-23 given in the pre-release material when answering this question. Key points. So you need to go and check that booklet. So let's do it right now. So there's the tax bands there, copied in from the data booklet. Now it says James works in a large building company as a permanent employee and he has a gross annual salary of £36,700. James pays 4.7% of his salary in his pension and then he pays 307,145 national insurance. So we don't need to work out his national insurance, it's given to us. Calculate his net annual salary. Net is after you take everything off. Now, to work out his tax, remember this is a one key thing. If you're working out someone's tax, you take the pension off first. If you don't do that, you're going to lose a mark. So taking off his pension, I need to take away 4.7%. Two ways to do that. Just work out 4.7% and then take it away. Or I'll always use multipliers when I get to higher. So I'm going to do, in my calculator, 100 minus 4.7, because I'm taking away 4.7. That's 95.3. So I'm going to times his salary by 0.953, and that will give me what his salary is after the pension's taken off. So I'm going to do 36,700 times 0.953. 0.953 times 36,700 is £34,975.10. 34,975.10 is his taxable. Right, now we need to use our table to work out the tax in each band. So we'll just do it line by line by line. So first line, we pay £0. Second line, well, his wages way above that. So I need to do for the second line, I'll just put a little dot, 14,732 minus 12,570, because that's the two bands, times the percent as a decimal, 19%, 19 divided by 100, 0.919. Now usually we just work these out separately instead of one big sum, so I'm going to do that one there. 14,732 minus 12,570, you can put brackets around that or just press equals, times 0.19, and you get 41078. So I'll just take a note of that, 41078, and then we'll do our next one. So our next one is this one. Let's call that I. For II, again, the highest there is 25,688, which is still below his salary. So I'll just do 25,688 minus 14,732 times 20% this time, so 0.2. So calculate again, taking my time, 25,688 minus 14,732 times 0.2 is 2191.2. So 2191.20. Okay, that's II done, II. That'll be this one. So in this case, I'm in the intermediate now. 43,662 is above his salary. So I'll do his salary minus the lower. So his salary is 34,975.10 minus 25,688 times the percent, which is 0.21 this time. So again, calculator, 34,975.10 minus 25,688 times 0.21 is equal to 1950.29. So his total tax, I just add up all the tax that I just worked out. $410.78 plus 2191.20 plus 1950.29 is 4552.27. So now his net pay, I just take his total pay and take away everything. Well, I don't need to start with his total pay actually, because I've already taken away the pension, which is down here. So we can start off with the taxable bit and just take away the national insurance and the tax. So his net pay is 34975.10 minus his tax, which is 4552.27, minus his pension, which is 307,145. So getting the calculator and being careful I put everything in right. 34975.10 minus 4552.27 minus 3071.45 equals 27351.38. So pound sign 27351.38. Okay, let's briefly go over where you're getting the marks for this. So we just check this. So you're getting the marks for obviously your final answer. That is clear, but taxable income, if you get 34,975.10, if you take away a pension, you get a mark there. So let's just take a note of that here. There's a mark there. And then you get calculate the tax for starter, basic and intermediate band. So basically calculating all these taxes, you get a mark. You get a mark for calculate tax for the remaining bands and total tax to pay. So, starter, you actually get a mark for doing 0, then these two, and then a mark for the final band and the total. So you get a mark there, and then a mark obviously for your final answer, and them all up.
SQA Higher Applications Maths 2025, question 8. You must refer to spreadsheet file Q8, finance, when answering the question. Martin is buying a car for £7,500. The garage offered Martin the finance package below, 20% deposit, 35 level monthly repayments of 216.77, final monthly payment of 216.13. If they open the worksheet and complete the loan schedule to work out the annual interest rate. That's a goal seek then. And then we've got a part B of this question. Okay, so in the Word document here, so in our Excel document here, initial loan amount. So the cost of the car is 2,500. If you remember back in the question, it said there was a deposit, and the deposit was, reading the question myself, 20%. So that means that 80% is left. So we could work that out by saying 0.8 times this, and that gives me my loan amount. Or you could have just worked it out manually and typed it in, no big deal. So take it off 20%. Annual effective rate of interest. Well, it told us to work that out, so who knows? So I'm just going to guess one. 30% is my go-to guess for percentages, so I type 30. And now I need the monthly effective rate of interest from that. So that is the standard command equals 1 plus our interest rate to the power of 1 over 12. And then you need to remember to take away the 1. And that will generate the monthly interest rate. Loan period is 36 months. It tells us the repayment and the final payment, so I need to copy that in. So then we have to fill in our table. So this one just equals this one with dollars, which you can press F4 for quickness. Interest content of repayment. Well, that equals, we're going to round to 2 decimal places at this point. So put that in. So we need to do the loan outstanding. Now that's not dollar because we're inside the table, times the monthly interest. That is dollar because that's outside my table, comma 2. Now it doesn't matter whether you put interest first, then F7 at 10. The order doesn't matter for times. We get an answer. Capital content, well, I've already rounded, so I don't need to do it again. So this just equals our repayment minus our interest. So this is exactly the same as doing a loan schedule, but we've done loads of times. And then loan outstanding equals, well, loan outstanding minus the capital. Press enter. And then we can just copy down. So, drag my little box. And just remember that final payment we need to change. But that's okay. We can just change that here by looking up to see what box we're on. Final repayment is in C13, I think. So I'll just edit that to a 13, and it'll change that there, which means it'll change that there. So now, obviously, what we're expecting is you take a loan out, at the end it should be paid, and it isn't. So we need to go seek our interest, because obviously the interest is wrong. So we press the box, we go to data, what if analysis, goal seek, set cell F53 to value 0 by changing. So we go up, and it's the initial interest that we guessed, the 30% one. Press OK, that will do its thing. Press OK. You should get 0 in here, and we've got a 0, so we're good to go. So our interest rate has been calculated as 19.5. Now you might be thinking to yourself, do I need to edit this? Because usually I've been told I need to take that back down to the correct decimal places. No, that's for money. If you edit this now, what's going to happen is you'll no longer get a 0 here. So the answer is 19.500220039305, and that's what the bank will use to calculate your payments. But we'll just quote it to you as 19.5%. That's it. So it's 19.5%. I'm going to type that in there, but obviously we're going to print this out in a minute. So we'll just print it out. Car insurance is a legal requirement for cars driven in UK roads. Explain the purpose of car insurance for 1 mark briefly. So essentially what car insurance does, it gives you protection financially to road users. Provides financial protection, I'll say, and you could be more or more or less. Not just for car users, for road users in general. So to write a bit more about that, just in case the SQA are really wanting it to be expanded upon, or what is only worth 1 mark. In an accident, insurance will pay for damages, say, to car / injury, even if you can't pay. You'll also get accidental damage cover. You'll get cover for fire, theft, vandalism, and obviously peace of mind. But the legal requirement really is that in the event of something happening like an accident, the insurance will pay for damages to your car or the other person's car, depending on who's at fault, and therefore it doesn't really matter if you can afford to or not, because cars are very expensive things. The insurance will cover it, and there we are. 8 continued. Martin has been saving for a deposit in car insurance, and he opened a savings account with an initial deposit of £500 on the 1st of August 2023. He made regular monthly savings of £250 into the account on the first day of each month from the 1st of September 2023. The effective rates of interest are as follows. August to November in 2023, the end of, is 0.24% per month, and for the 1st of December, 3.1%. With the open savings worksheet, calculate the balance in Martin's savings account immediately before he makes his payment on the 1st of August 24. Okay, let's do that. Already got some stuff filled in for us. His initial deposit is £500, which it says in the question, 0.24% per month. It's got the annual there, and it's actually hinting us that we need to work out the monthly ourselves. And then it's got the regular monthly payment of £250 and the balance immediately before the 1st of August 2024. And I think that's everything off of the question, so I no longer need the question in front of me. So we're going to work out this. So it's equals 1 plus the percent to the power of 1 over 12 minus 1. And that gives us our monthly percentage rate. Now we'll start working on our table. So we've got 1st of August 2023 has already been filled out. Account balance before payment. Then he made a payment. Balance after payment. So I need to work out what to put in here. So he's put some money in August, and it's £500. At the start of September then, a month later, his balance is going to be 500 plus the interest he gets that month, which is 0.24. So I need to have that in there, so round. And how do I add on interest? Well, I'll just put a 1 on it. So 1 plus this times the previous balance to 2 decimal places. And now make sure you dollar the correct amount. C9's outside the table, so F4 that, and press enter. 501.20. The payment is equal to always 250, and that's always dollared. So his balance immediately after the payment is simply this box plus this box. And then we can drag that down, but not too far. It only goes to the 30th of November. So there's October. Just double checking in your head that that's working. He gets a payment in October, and then he gets the interest for October, starting November. He gets his payment up to there, and then gets his interest for November to the start of December. So that needs to be copied down one more time. Where's our payment? Our balance. That's for the interest in October. So here will be for the interest in November. We still get it in November at that rate. So yeah, we need another month. And then once we hit January, January will be December's interest. So we need to change the interest rate. So what you can do is just copy these boxes down again, just one time, but make sure you remember to change that one. So it's now no longer C9, it is now C12. So I can just change that number to 12. And there we are. Now we can copy down to here. And it says account balance before payment is made on the 1st of August. So that's your balance after payment here. Account balance before payment is there. So it's that number I need. So these two don't really need to be filled in. This is the number I need. So it's equals that number 3307.36. That's the balance before payment's made on the 1st of August 2024. Because then he makes his payment and then his balance after payment. 3307.36. Print the car finance worksheet in value view and formula view, and the savings account in value view and formula view. So just a reminder on how to do that. File, print obviously for normal, this is normal view, but if you want to see your formulas, you go to formulas and show formulas, and that's called formula view, and it starts to give you all your formulas as you go, and then you print that as well. And you do the same for both sheets. Value view, show formulas, formula view, and we're done there. SQA Higher Applications Maths 2024 question 9. You must fit the spreadsheet Esme's mortgage. Complete parts A and C and then complete it in the letterbox provided. Okay, Esme is building an extension to her house. She has been offered a £25,000 mortgage with an effective annual rate of interest of 3.5% over 5 years. Open the mortgage worksheet, complete the mortgage schedule to determine the level monthly repayment amount and final repayment amount. Okay, so there's the spreadsheet, 25,000 annual, so we need to go monthly, so that equals 1 plus the annual to the power of 1 over 12, and then you need to take away 1. So you get 0.29%. Level monthly repayment, no idea. This is a goal seek question, so let's just make it up, £300. And let's start filling in our schedule. So that equals this one, but that's outside the table, so you need dollars. Interest content of repayment equals round, because we're going to do it to 2 decimal places, and it's monthly effective rate times the mortgage outstanding, 2 decimal places, but we want dollars on anything outside the box. So $C, $9, that's looking good. Capital content of repayment, well that's just repayment minus interest, they're in the boxes, so no dollars. And mortgage outstanding just equals mortgage outstanding minus capital. And how many payments? 60. So now we can just copy that down for 60 months. And we want to do a goal seek. So we want to make this 0. So we're going data, what if analysis, goal seek. We want to change that to 0 by changing cell, well, the level monthly repayment, of course. So OK, that'll run its little thing, press OK. But as per usual, although it says 415.18, that's actually been rounded or truncated, so I would round that or take away the 9, it's up to you. You can go up to 8 or down to 7, it makes no difference. I'm just going to make it 8. So there's my actual repayment, it'll adjust itself, and that means my final payment's off by this much. So that means I need to take away 0.06 from 415.18, so minus 0.06. And then we get back to 0, is what we need. So 45412 is our final repayment. Either type it in or reference the cell. Okay, back to here. Esme's new building insurance once the extension is complete. She's choosing between 2 options. This one, cost per year is £216.94 for £350 excess, or £285 to £195 for £100 excess. Stated one advantage of having a high excess amount on your insurance policy. Well, even just if you didn't know, if you look at it, a higher excess is giving you a smaller cost per year. So that's all you need to type. Higher I'll just get rid of that. Excess gives a smaller cost per year. So that's one. That's an advantage. Part two, one of the windows in Esme's house is broken. She says whether to make a claim. Explain why Esme may choose not to make a claim using her insurance policy. There's lots of reasons for that. It might mean that her premiums go up in later years because she's made a claim, or it might be because the excess is too high and it's cheaper just to fix the window without making a claim. It could make her premiums more expensive in later years if she claims. It could be a reasonable option, or maybe you would say that it may be cheaper to replace the windows herself rather than paying the excess. Could be something like that as well. Okay, the maximum monthly repayment amount allowed by the lender is $550. Esme chooses to reduce the term of her mortgage by increasing her maximum monthly repayments to the maximum amount. Open the increased worksheet. Complete the increased payment schedule for reduced term and calculate the final repayment amount. Determine how much money this will save Esme over the term of her mortgage. So there's the increased payments amount. $25,000, 3.5% annual. So we can work out the monthly as usual. 1 plus this power 1 over 12 minus 1 is our monthly interest. So how long is this for again? No, we don't know. Interesting. So we're actually going to have to guess or work out how long it takes her and do a monthly payment. So we're just going to copy down until we get 0. That's interesting. So the repayment is always going to equal this, and that's dollar. We're not goal seeking this is the repayment. Interest content of repayment as per usual equals round, and we're going to do this times the monthly effective interest to 2 decimal places, and make sure you put dollars on anything outside the table. Capital content, that equals the repayment minus the interest, and mortgage outstanding equals the mortgage minus the capital. So now all we're going to do is copy that down and see what happens. We're not going to go above 60, of course, because I already know it takes 60 months on the previous one. You're going to have to keep doing it until... So you can actually see after that amount, we've went too far. Because you're starting to get minuses. So we can just take them away. Take them away. And that means that the repayment in month 49 is just 427.19. And you'll get your 0 there. So there you go. 427.19 is the final repayment amount. Determine how much money this will save Esme over the term of her loan. All we need to do is do a sum here. So let's do that at the side. Equals sum all of these. So there's the sum for that one, and the mortgage before equals sum of all of them. So there's your two totals. So we could just do equals this box minus this box. It's not worked, has it? If it doesn't work for you, just check the number 2725074. 27250 minus, let's just click that box now. Right, we'll give it 42355. Could have also done this just by doing the difference in the interest, but there we are. And then the last bit of the question, print in mortgage worksheet in value and formula and increase in value and formula. I hope you know how to do this, but by now there's your value view, and you just got the formulas and show formulas and then print it in formula view. You just do that for both of them. Value view, formula view, and we're done there. SQA Higher Applications Maths 2023 question 11. This one's about Ramsey's loan, and we have to use the spreadsheet. So it says Ramsey applies to take out a loan of £6,000 with a term of 3 years from a bank. 11 monthly repayments are made at the end of each month. The effective annual interest rate is 6.3%. Open the bank loan worksheet and complete it to determine the level repayment amount and the final repayment amount, then determine the total interest paid over the term of the loan. Okay, so monthly effective interest rate equals 1 plus $C $7 to the power of, well, it's 1 over 12, and then we need to take away 1 again to get it back to the interest rate, so minus 1, and we get 0.510%. The loan pay was 3 years. The monthly payment amount, well, we don't know that, so we're going to do a goal seek in a minute to find it out. So let's just pick a monthly repayment amount of, say, £200 for the sake of argument. Okay, so the repayment is equal to $C $10 equals $C $10. Interest content of repayment. So the interest content is equal to, we obviously have to do the monthly interest times the loan outstanding. So that equals the monthly interest, which is $C $8, times the loan outstanding, which is just this one here, F16. We want that to change over time, but we don't want that to be any more than 2 decimal places. So we're going to round that to 2 decimal places. So comma 2, press equals, and make sure we get 2 decimal places. Now we don't need to round the rest, because once I've rounded one of them, the rest will be 2 decimal places anyway. So the capital content of repayment is equal to the repayment minus the interest content, and then the loan outstanding is equal to the previous loan outstanding minus the capital content, how much you've paid off. So we can press equals there. So we've got our formulas filled in, and now we need to copy and paste all these down. So let's just highlight all these cells and go all the way down to 36 weeks. And you'll see that at the end, it's completely wrong because we just picked a random number. So we need a goal seek to change that cell. So we're going to highlight that cell and we're going to go to Data, Hot Enough Analysis, Insert, Goal Seek. We're going to set that value to 0 and we want to change our repayment amount, which is up here. So press OK. Eventually it'll do the sum for us. And you'll notice that at the end we get 0. And you would maybe think you're done there, except the fact that when you do a goal seek, it doesn't really care. It's not rounded that for you, and you only want it to be 2 decimal places. So we're going to have to adjust that to make it 2 decimal places. So that gives me 182.87 in here. And then our final repayment amount will need to be adjusted as well, because we've got this extra 7 pence hanging about. We don't want that 7 pence. To deal with that, we just add the 7 pence onto 182.87. So for our final repayment amount, it equals $C $10 plus 7 pence, which is 182.94. So adjusting that final amount is 182.94. We can either reference it or just write 182.94. I'm going to reference it. C11 equals $C $11. And now we've got 0 here, which is excellent. And to get our total interest paid, that's just the sum of all our interest payments. So the sum of here all the way down to there. Close the brackets, press equals, and we get 583.39. Ramsey's application for this loan was rejected. State a reason why a bank might reject a loan application. So let's just put this answer in here. We might reject it, but the main reason is to do a credit check and they might have a poor credit rating. So I'm just going to write poor credit rating as my answer. Or you could mention the affordability of the loan. Okay, let's move to the next question. Ramsey decides to borrow money from a loan company. The company offers Ramsey £6,000 for 3 months with a fixed level monthly payment of £250. Complete the loan repayment schedule to find the annual effective rate of interest, determine the difference in the interest paid between the 2 loans. We'll be able to print it off. So there's our loan company spreadsheet. £6,000. We don't know the interest rates, but we do know it's 3 years and it's £250. And we have to work out the total interest paid and the difference in interest paid. So the repayment we can put in here is equal to $C $10 Now, annual effective interest rate, since we don't know it, we might as well just make it up. So I'm just going to say 10. And then the monthly interest rate is going to be the formula as normal, equals 1 plus $C $7 to the power of 1 over 12, take away 1. So there's our interest there. So the interest content of repayment, that equals, remember we need to round, and it's going to be $C $8, the monthly interest times the loan outstanding, which is this cell here. And we want to round that to 2 decimal places because it's money. We've rounded that one, so we don't need to round anything else. Capital content is just going to equal the repayment minus the interest. Press equals again. And the loan outstanding is just going to equal the loan outstanding it was minus the capital content. And we can press equals. And now we can copy that down to 36 months. And it fills it all in, but obviously it's all wrong. Because at the end, you shouldn't loan anything. So we want to do a goal seek. So we go to data, what if analysis and goal seek. We want to set that to value 0, but this time we want to change the annual interest rate. So this value here. So press OK. After a little while, it will change the annual effective rate to 32.61%, and therefore it will change his monthly interest rate to 2.38%. Now his annual interest rate is not money, so we don't need to round that to 2 decimal places or anything else. We'll just leave it as it is. It's 32.61 in a bunch, and the monthly interest rate is going to be 2.38 in a bunch, but that's fine. We can just leave that as it is. To get the total interest paid, we just need to do a sum, remember, sum of all the interest. So starting here and going all the way down to the bottom. And that gives us £3,000 of interest is paying. Wow, that's an expensive loan. If it's in total interest, well, that's just going to equal this cell minus back to our bank loan. Total interest paid in this one was this one. Press equals, and that gives me 241661. And that's the answer to the question. So again, we're just printing this bank loan worksheet in value view and formula view. So just a reminder, you go File, Print. There's the page, but we want it on one sheet only. So we go to Fit Sheet on one page. Check if one looks better. I think that one looks better. And then we just print that. Now we want formula view. So you go to formula, you go to show formulas, and then you would go and print that again as well, so that you can see all the formulas that you've put in. And that's us done.
SQA Higher Apps Maths 2022, question 9. You must have fit a spreadsheet Q9 car repayments when answering this question. Okay. Maria is buying a car for £15,000. She's arranged a loan for the full amount from the bank to be paid back with level monthly repayments for 48 months. The annual effective interest rate is 9.5%, with the complete loan repayment schedule to determine the level repayment amount and final repayment amount. Okay, so here is the spreadsheet. We've got some boxes to fill in and then find a final repayment. So first of all, the monthly effective interest. To work out monthly, you start off with equals this cell plus 1 to the power of 112. And then we need to take away 1 at the end again. And you get 0.76%. Monthly repayment amount, well, we don't know it, so let's just make a number up. 300. Final repayment amount we'll come back to. So we now need to fill in our table. Okay, so our repayment, well, that equals our monthly repayment, but we need dollars around that because it's outside the table. So $C $11. Our interest, well, that equals, we need to round because it's 2 decimal places for money. And it's going to be our monthly effective interest rate times the loan outstanding. Now, we want that to 2 decimal places, but don't forget anything outside the table should have dollars in it. So $C $9, make sure you double check. Inside the table, no dollars. Capital content of repayment, well, that's just equal to your repayment minus your interest. So there we are there. And your loan outstanding, well, that equals the previous loan outstanding minus whatever the capital is that you paid. So we can just do that. We wouldn't need to round this one because these ones used the figures already, but we're rounded, so we're fine. And then we'll just extend our table down, 48 months. There you go, just make sure it stops at 48, if not drag up or down. And you'll notice that the final box is not 0 because we just made up 300. So we'll do a goal seek. We go what if analysis goal seek. We want to change that to 0 by changing the monthly repayment, that box there. So press equals or enter, and you'll notice it does it for you. It looks like it's done it well. However, look at our monthly repayment. It says 37406, but it's not rounded it, it's just displaying that. So we need to change that here. You can either change it to 37405 or 37406, it doesn't matter. The SQA used 06 because you can round up 8, so I'm just going to do the same. So there you go, 06. That will change everything except will be an extra or a little bit less here. So to adjust for that, click this box, check what that says, minus 0.07, so click minus 0.07. If it's a positive number here, put add instead, press enter, you'll notice that now jumps to 0 and you've got a final repayment amount of 373.99. So you can just put that in this box. And we're done there. Okay, the car dealership has their own finance options. Pay £300 a month for 48 months, return the car. Or additional charges will apply if mileage exceeds 24,000. Option 2, pay £300 a month for 48 months, keep the car with an additional payment of 5,000 in the final month. We'll have to open the car finance and complete the car finance repayment schedule to find the annual effective interest rate for option 2. So there's the car finance one there. So annual effective interest rate is what we're trying to find. We don't know it, so we're just going to guess. So 40. I don't know, pick anything you want. Just don't pick anything too small. Okay, again, monthly effective interest rate, so that equals 1 plus this, to the power over 12, because it's a month, take away 1, and we get our monthly. Loan pay is 48, monthly is this, additional is this. So our repayment equals $C, $11, which is 300 this time, and that's not a goal seek. Interest content of repayment, same as before, $C, $9, because that's the monthly, times the loan outstanding. And we've not rounded, of course, so we go back in our formula if you forget that and go round 2. And we get this number, 42654. So the capital equals the repayment minus the interest. And the loan outstanding equals the loan outstanding minus the capital. Now notice with me, I've picked quite a high percentage here. Now you get some negatives. Do not worry your heads with this. Just go through it and do the goal seek and you'll be fine. So now I copy, drag and drop down for 48 months, but there's one thing I need to remember, that additional payment. So it's an additional payment of 5,000 in their final month. So I'll just quickly change that to say plus 5,000. You notice my goal seek again, I have to change this. So it's what if goal seek, change F63 to value 0. But this time we're not changing the repayment, we're changing the annual effective interest. After a little while we get 11.05%. Notice that says dash or 0. It depends on how the spreadsheet's set up, but that is definitely 0, so we're good. You might be wondering, well, on the previous spreadsheet, we went back up and we checked this cell and we go, oh, there's all these extra numbers. Do we do this for this? We do not do this for this. This is a percent. If we change that, that means we change her payments, but she's agreed to pay 300 and she's agreed to pay 5,300. That is her payment. So they'll quote to her 11.05%, but they'll do it as 11.04648, so it all works out on their end. Key point is, money you change where goal seek back to two decimal places. Other stuff, generally speaking, you just leave it as it is. So C, state 2 reasons why Maria might decide to purchase a car using the bank loan instead of car dealership finance options. So if we look at the finance options given to us, option 1 is pay 3,000
and return the car, or she might exceed the miles. So she might not want to do that because she has to return the car. Option 2, she has to pay an additional $5,000 in the final month, so it's not the same monthly payment each month, whereas the bank loan is. So that's all you have to write, really. So Maria will own the car outright after 48 months without needing to pay an additional £5,000 would be one good reason. If Maria does not want to keep the car, then it is risky, because if she does more than, she will have to pay a penalty. Let's just look at the interest rates. On the bank loan, it's 9.5%. On the car finance deal for keeping the car, it's 11.05%. So the bank loan's actually a lower interest rate. So you could say that as well. Bank loan has a lower interest rate. And there you go, we're done there. It now says value view and formula view, and then print your worksheet. So let's have a look at the worksheets. You've got bank loan, so you just got to file, print it in value view and formula view. To get it into formula view, you just go to formulas and show formulas, and you do the same for car finance. You print this as normal, and then formulas show formulas, and print your formulas, and we're done there.
SQA Higher Applications and Maths Specimen Paper 1, question 10. Let's have a look at the first question. This is Excel 1. You must have hit a spreadsheet, but Carol receives a gift of £2,500 and is considering what to do with it. She has a savings account that pays interest at an annual effective rate of 1.25%. Calculate how much interest Carol would earn if she invested this gift in her savings account for 34 months. So this is the first part of the question, which is not actually the Excel part. So we've just to work this out ourselves. So I need to do 2,500 times 1.0125. But then it's 34 months. So it's 34 months out of 12 months. So to power 34 out of 12, which is 258,956. But I need to read the question. It says how much interest. So I need to take away the original amount you had, which is 2,500, which will give you £89.56. Hopefully that's quite easy. And we can move straight on to the actual Excel part. So here's the Excel part. She has a personal loan. She borrowed £8,000 to be paid by level monthly payments for 48 months. The first repayment made 1 month after the loan. Interest is charged at 4.9%. Open the loan schedule, original loan, and complete the formula in the loan schedule to calculate the level monthly repayment amount and the final repayment amount. So this is your standard thing, so let's do part B. So first thing we need to do is the monthly effective interest rate, so that equals brackets 1 plus the percentage for annual to the power of 1 over 12, and then you need to take away 1, and you get 0.4%. So monthly repayment, well, we have to work that out. We don't know, so we're just going to guess it. So I'm just going to say 200 and have at it. And then we go into our table and try and work out our table. So month 0, nothing happens. This is usually filled out for you. And the loan outstanding was, again, it's usually filled out for you, but it's not for this question for some reason. So we'll just go and check it out on the question. £8,000. So that's what should be in here. And then we can start at month 1 and month 2. So repayment, well, that equals our guess, and we dollar that, so F4. Interest content of repayment next. So that equals our monthly interest, dollared. But let's actually round first, remember. Round our monthly interest dollared times the loan outstanding, which is not dollared, and then it's comma 2 because I want 2 decimal places. That's the one that you round. So there's our interest content repayment. Capital is repayment minus interest, and loan outstanding is loan outstanding minus capital. So that's us done month 1. We can copy that down for month 2, and then we can just keep copying down for all the months we need. So how many months is it? Well, it's 4 years. So that's 4 times 12, which is 48 months. So down we go. And my guess has taken into a negative, so it's too much. So we need to goal seek it to see what happens. So press that, and you go to data, what if analysis, goal seek. Set cell there to value 0 by changing cell. And it's going to be the one we guessed at the start, the monthly repayment. Let it run and do its thing. Eventually it'll get an answer, 183.49 it says, but remember that answer isn't actually 183.49. They've rounded that for you, so you need to adjust yourself. So the next step is 183.486. You can round it up if you want to 49, or you can leave it as 48. It's up to you. I'm going to round it up to 49. And then I need to adjust my final repayment manually. So going down the bottom, you can see here that it says minus 0.21. So I need to take this and go minus 0.21, and then I'll go 0 or dash, and that's me done there. So the final repayment is 183.28. I'll just write that in there. Final repayment £183.28. Anyway, let's go back to the question and see what it was asking us. We have a monthly repayment and final repayment amount. So I've done that. We got £183.28 for the final and 183.49 for the level monthly repayment. Next part of the question. Carol has just made her 14th repayment on the loan. She decides to find out the impact of using £2,500 gift as a lump sum to reduce the outstanding balance. The loan provider agrees to reallocate the new level monthly repayment amount to be paid over the remaining 34 months. Copy the loan worksheet and rename it Pay Lump Sum. Adjust it as required to calculate the new level monthly repayment. On the Pay Lump Sum worksheet, calculate how much Carol would save in interest payments by making this lump sum payment. And then state a reason for something which we'll get back to in a minute. So let's go ahead and look at our Excel. So let's copy this over. We're going to make a copy, it says. So this is called Pay Lump Sum. Now it's after the 14th payment, so I'm going to add 2,500 in this point. So now I'm going to have to goal seek this. So I'm going to have to do a new monthly repayment for all of that. So let's take a new tab, call it New Repayment. And we need to reference it from this point. So let's just goal seek this. So let's call it 200 for the sake of it. Let's make it money. So we're going to goal seek this one. And we'll just copy that down from there. You can just double click there if you want. And let's goal seek. What if analysis? Goal seek. We still want that to be 0 by changing our new repayment. So it does some work and we get £105 exactly. It's not 105, is it? It's rounded it. 104.70, but 71 is what the SQA wanted, so we'll put 71 in. Format cells. Currency to 2 decimal places. And then final repayment. We're going to have to adjust our last one again. This should all be currency, so it's not been set up for us, so we just need to do it ourselves. Format cell. We'll just say currency 2 decimal places. If that happens, it happens. I mean, this is an old paper, so chances that won't happen. Final repayment, so take away the 0.27, and we get 104.44. And there we are. So now we need to work out the total interest for both of these. So for interest for this one is equal to the sum of all the interest payments. £628.73. And then On the original one, we want the sum of all the interest payments. Which is £807.31. So our difference is, so it was £807.31 minus £628.73, £178.58 is the amount saved. In terms of the last question, state one reason why Carol may choose to pay the gift into her savings account rather than use it to reduce the balance of her thing. Well, it could be any reason. She might just want to save the money, have the money accessible. So it's just to write something to ensure that her money remains accessible would be a reasonable thing, and we're done there. SQA Higher Apps Exams 2025 question 4. A company makes handmade teddy bears. The tasks required to make each bear are listed below. The Gantt chart shows the task with float times when 3 employees are available, but each employer does a single task. So the tasks are in hours, and we've got all the tasks down the side. And in a minute, we're going to ask the critical path and to make a pair chart. So state the critical path first of all. Well, that's just the tasks with no float, A, B, H, and I, and they all go into each other. So A, B, H, and I to start with. So now to fill in one of these, which is a pair chart, we need to work out how do we read a Gantt chart to get back to a pair chart. So usually when you've got a pair chart and you're going to a Gantt chart, let's say that was task A. And then we'll just put A, B, H, and I in to start with. Well, we know that looking at A, it starts at 0, it takes 2, and because it's critical, it has to end at 2 as well. And that's what that shows. It starts at 0, it takes 2, and it ends at the end of day 2. If we look at B, it starts at 2, it takes 6, and it ends day 8. 2, 6, 8 then. Let's do the same for H. 8, 1, 9. And similarly for I, 9, 10. 9, 1, 10. Now I've put this in the middle. It doesn't matter whether it goes there or whether that and that become A, B, H, and I. You'll get the same answer. So now we move on to the other tasks. So looking at the other ones, we have to have a continuous path. So we can actually look at our tasks as well. Cut materials, sew clothes, embroider t-shirts seem to go together. Cut accessories and sew accessories seem to go together. And does that agree? Well, if I look at C, we've got C, have some float time, but that's fine. D, E, but then the float time, because A and B lead into that already, so we need it to end there. So that's right, C, D, E, H, I. So we can put C, D, E, H, I. And similarly for the other ones then, F and G, well, F goes into G, and then G has to wait till B finishes, then HI. So F, G, H, I makes sense for the other ones. So then we'll just put in our earliest, our duration, and our latest end time. So let's start off with the bottom, C, D, and E. 0, 2, 4. D, 2, 2, and then 6. E, 4, 2, 8. And then moving at F and G. F starts at 0. It should take 1, but we can go all the way to the end of day 6. 0, 1, 6. And G starts 1, takes 2, but we can go all the way to day 8. So 1, 2, and 8. And there, that should be a completed pair chart. We can check if that makes sense. So let's have a look at doing it the way we normally do it.
0 plus 2 is 2, 2 plus 6 is 8, 8 plus 1 is 9, 9 plus 1 is 10, 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 2 is 3, but it's the longest we need, so 8 is fine. 0 plus 2 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, 4 plus 2, but it's the longest we need, so it's 8. Going backwards, 10 minus 1 is 9, 9 minus 1 is 8, 9 minus 1 is 8, so 8, 8, 8. 8 minus 2 is 6, 6 minus 2 is 4. 8 minus 6 is 2, 8 minus 2 is 6, so it appears to be right. Question C, determine the minimum time taken to make each teddy bear when only 2 employees are available. Now remember, these tasks have to come after these tasks. So you can't just randomly go in and do tasks, but what you can do is having simultaneous work. So let's say we had, let's call that employee 1 and employee 2. Employee 1 does A, while employee 2 does C. Then employee 1 could move on to B, or they could move on to F or G. So let's say they just move on to B. Well, that means that employee 2 can do D. Now, while we're doing that, that's 2. So we could do something else that takes 2. Well, that's E. And then what's left is F and G to be done. Well, employee 1 is still working on B. So there's no choice but for employee 2 to jump to F now. Now, employee 2 jumps to F. So they're doing C, D, E, F. That's 2, 4, 5. An extra hour there, and then they do G. So that means that when this person's finished doing A and B, we need to wait an hour until G is finished. And then it doesn't matter who does H. Somebody does H, then somebody does I, but they come after each other. So that's kind of your idea here. So if you look at your durations, A and B become, that's 8 hours. But C, D, E, and F is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 hours. And then you've got 1 and 1 for each of them. 9, 10, 11. So it's 11 hours. It doesn't matter how you divide that up, it's always going to be 11 hours for 2 employees.
We have Application Maths 2024, question 3. A ship is being repaired, the propeller must be removed. For repair to be carried out, the table shows a list of tasks required to complete this job in the time required, and the order where it must be completed. So we need to complete a pair chart showing the earliest start time and latest completion for each task. So let's start off A, disconnect electric. So A is this one, and that takes 2. Now I'm going to warn you here, this is a tricky pair chart question. There's something weird about it, and I noticed it after I'd done it already. So I'm going to show you this. B, C, and D come after A. Just make sure it says after A. So that's B, C, and D. But that's not the order to write it in, because E comes after D. And it only goes after D, not after B, C, and D. So what you have to do actually is put your D in this box here. So let me just switch that around. I thought you a lot of you did that. So you've got B, D, C like that. So now you can then fill it in. So B is 12. D is 8. And C is 24. Just double check that because you put a different order. B is 12, yep. D is 8, yep. And C is 24, yep. So now we continue. After D is E, which is 4. So there's E there, and that takes 4. After B, C, and E, we've got F. B, C, and E, F. And the next 2 are the same, so that can be G and H. And that's 14, 12, and 8. And then after F, G, and H, we get I, which is 6. And after I, we get J, which is 8. Okay, So then we can do a forward scan. So we've got 0, 0 and 2 makes 2, 2, 2. The only one for E before it is D. So it's 2 and 8 make 10 because E doesn't rely on B or C. And then F, G and H are after B, C and E. So we've got 2 and 12 is 14, 10 and 4 is 14, 24 and 2 is 26. So that is 26. 26 and 14 or 12 or 8, well 14 is the longest, so that's 26 and 14 is 40, 40 and 6 is 46, and 46 and 8 is 54. And now we do our backward scan. 54 take away 8 is 44, 46. 46 take away 6 is 40. But then again, be careful, this is a funky one. F, G and H lead to BCE. That's fine, yeah. So we've got 40 minus 14, 40 minus 12, 40 minus 8, and we take the 1, which is the smallest. So 40 minus 14, which is 26. So that's 26 in here, here, and here. And then for E, 26 minus 4 is 22 for D. And then B, D, C go back to A, so we take the smallest, 26 minus 12, 22 minus 8, or 26 minus 24. Well, 26 minus 24 is the smallest, so that's 2. And there's a completed PERT chart. Construct a Gantt chart without float times for this job. Okay, so you can go up or down the way. I'm just going to go up the way. So I'm going to start with A, skip to B, then C, then D, then E, then F, then G, then H, then I, then J. So notice that these goes up in 2, so watch out for that one. And the first one starts at 0 and takes 2. Then B starts at 2 and takes 12. Start when it finishes, and it takes 12, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and it ends at 14. D starts at 2 and takes 8. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's D. And C starts at 2 and takes 24. So that one's not got any float time, so I can just make sure I line it up to 26. Okay, E starts at 10 and takes 4. So line it up, 2, 4, 6, 8. After 10, 2, 4, and there's my E. F starts at 26 and takes 14. So as we lined it up, 26 and 14 make 40. Let's go along to where 40 would be. Quite happy with that. Yep. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. G starts at 26 and takes 12. Starts in the same place. Takes 2 less. And F starts at 26 and takes 8. No, H starts at 26 and takes 8. Starts in the same place. 2, 4, 6, 8. And our last one, last two, I starts at 40 and takes 6. That should be it, but let's just double check. Yep, after 40 and takes 2, 4, 6. And then we've got J, 46 and 8. And there you are. Determine the critical path in the minimum time to complete the job. Well, you can use your PERT chart, the Gantt chart for this. You've got A to start with. Then after A, then it's C. Then straight after C, you're going to jump up here and it's going to go this one, which is F, then I, then J. F, I, and J. A, C, F, I, J. Now look at your chart up here to see if that makes sense. You've got A, no float time. C, no float time. That's got float time, so we skip it. F, no float time. I, no float time, and J, no float time. So you could have done it that way. Last bit of the question says, during the job of difficulties disconnecting the propeller shaft coupling, task H, determine the maximum time it can be taken to disconnect the propeller shaft without delaying the total completion time of the job. So we're looking at task H. Again, we can look in either chart. Task H is here, and I need to do I when F is finished. So I'm looking at that float time of 1, 2, 3, 3 boxes, but that's 2, 4, 6. So that's 6 hours. And we're done there. SQA Higher Applications Maths 2023 question 2. In a cooking competition, a contestant has 80 minutes to make a creme brulee. There are several tasks to complete. The contestants' timings are shown for each task below, and we have to complete a PERT chart as shown below. So let's go to the PERT chart, and then I'll open up all the tasks at the side so we can see exactly what's happening. So there's all the tasks. I'll just zoom into them. And we have got to make 3 scans of this. We need to do our standard, then a forward and backward scan. Okay, so let's start off with middle boxes. First thing we need to do is heat the oven. That's A. So let's write down A, maybe in here, and that takes 8 minutes. And then at the same time as that's happening, we need to gather ingredients and prepare the bowls. That's B. And that takes 10 minutes. Okay, so we've done these. I'll just make a little note for myself. Now we need to move down. C comes after B. So maybe C in here, and that takes 5 minutes. Also coming after B is D, and that takes 4 minutes. So they're happening simultaneously. After C and D, it says, is E, which takes 2 minutes. So there's E and 2. After E, it says F, and F takes 4 minutes. And now we need to get our next ones right, so let's just move that over. So after A and F, we've got G, and that takes 35 minutes. After F, we've got H, so just after F, that goes down the way to H. So that takes 12 minutes. And then after G, we've got I, which takes 3 minutes, and J, which takes 5. So we've done our forward scan. We can kind of get rid of this document now. We don't really need it. So let's do our forward scan. We've got 0 to start with here. And then moving on to the B, that also starts at time 0. And then 0 plus 10 is 10. So we've got 10 is when this starts. This one also starts at 10. And then looking at this next one is the key one. That is 15 because I need to wait until this one finishes. So 10 plus 5 is 15. And 15 plus 2 is 17. 17 plus 4 is 21. So this will both be 21. 21 and 35 is 56. So that'll be in I's. 56 and 3 is 59. So that'll be in J's. And down below, you've got 21 and 12. We've already done that one, so we've done the forward scan. So let's now do the backward scan. So starting off at the end, 59 and 5 makes 64. So I can put 64 here. Now going back away, we've got 59 because 56 and 3. Then we've got 56 because 35 and 21 is 56. And on this one, we've got 21 and 12, which you might think makes 56, but this is the key one, H. Because H is at the end, and then I need to wait till J, then that's actually really 64. So that's a key one there. You need to get that one. All right, let's move back to F. F is 21, 17 and 4. E is 17. And then we've got C and D. Again, they're going to be not just 10 and 15 and 14. C is 15. D has to wait, so that's also 15. And then back to B, we've got 10. A is a key one as well. A is having to wait until we get to here, so that's 21. In other words, it's the same as F, so it has to wait until F finishes. So there's a completed chart there. Let's see where we're getting the marks for that. So 6 marks this was worth. We get the first 6 tasks in the correct sequence. We then get a mark for the remaining 4 tasks and durations in the correct sequence. So basically getting your tasks in the correct order with the middle boxes gets you 2 marks. And then your forward scan from A to F being correct, so up to here, if all of that's correct, you get a mark. You then from G to J, if that's correct, you get a mark. And then backward scan J, I, H, and G. So you need to get all of them to get a mark. And then finally, to get the rest of them, you get another mark. So there's ways to make a wee mistake and still get your marks, okay? Right, let's answer the next part of the question. Part B says, when the contestant puts the balls in the oven, they realise the oven has not been heated to determine whether they can finish on time. So remember what these tasks were. Task A was to heat the oven, right? So that's not happened. They've went straight to task B and they've not heated the oven and they've got 80 minutes to complete the task. So we can say that since it actually takes 64 minutes, there are 16 minutes spare. So I can write 16 minutes spare. I worked that out by doing 80 minus 64. And then we can say it takes 8 minutes to complete task A. So can they still finish on time? Yes, since A is less than 16 minutes. So for marks for that one, you're getting a mark for either saying it's 8 minutes to complete task A over 16 minutes spare. And then a mark for saying yes, because 8 is less than 16, or 16 is greater than 8. Okay, done there. SQA Higher Applications Maths 2023, question 6. The Gantt chart below shows the activities used to complete a project. A is dependent on F and H. F is dependent on B, C, and E. E is dependent on D. And activities C and B are dependent on A. What does that mean? Well, that means that if you look at A, you need to do A first before you go on to B and C. If you look at E, you need to do D first before you go on to E. If you look at F, you need to do B, C, and E first. B, C, and E before you go to F. And if you look at G, you have to do F and H first before you move on to G, which is what a Gantt chart usually shows. So, state the critical path. If we look at here, I can't move on until after D. I need to wait until A. So I need to do A first. So A is our first thing. After A, E's already started, so it's not that. I'm now moving on to the next activity that I can do, which is either B or C. But B only lasts 2, C lasts a lot longer, so it's C. Now after C, I'm at here, moving up my Gantt chart. I can see I've got 2 activities that I could choose from, but that stops before this one ends. So I need to finish this one first before I move on, so that's F. And then clearly after F, there's only one activity left, which is G. So the answer is A, C, F, and G. Part B, state the duration of the float time for activity B. So let's look at activity B. B and C are happening simultaneously. So there's 2 hours done. So I've got 1, 2, 3 hours left over before C finishes. So the float time is 3, not hours, sorry, days. because the units are days. So make sure you put your correct units in. And then the last question, just talking about what a Gantt chart is and its advantages. State an advantage of a Gantt chart. Well, a simple reason which is worth the marks is that it's clear and simple to read. So you can just write it's clear and simple to read. Other options, looking at the mark scheme, any other reasonable explanation. So another one that you could have been taught is that it's easy to see the float times, because it is easy to see the float times from the bars. SQA Higher Application Maths 2022 question 2. Company provides a team of roofers to re-roof a house, and we've got this table and we've to complete a PERT chart. So let's jump into the PERT chart. We fill in the middle numbers first and the task. So the first task is A, and that lasts for 3. Second task is B for 7. The third task is C for 4. And then it goes D and E for 1 and 2. So D, 1, E, 2. Then it goes F and G for 1 and 4. F, G, 1, 4. And then it goes H for 6. And then we've got I and J, and they take 3 and 2. So there's my completed PERT chart. Going forwards, we do a forward scan. So how do we do a forward scan? We start with 0. 0 plus 3 is 3. 3 plus 7 is 10. 10 plus 4 is 14, so they're both 14. 14 and 1 is 15. 14 and 2 is 16. And now we've got a choice. 15 and 1 is 16. 16 and 4 is 20. We take the longest one because we need to wait. So it's 20 for here. 20 plus 6 is 26. And that's us done our forward scan. So we now do a backward scan. So we've got 26 plus 3 is 29. And 26 plus 2 is 28. But 29 because we're at the end. So it's still both just 29. And then to go backwards, 29 minus 3 is 26. 29 minus 2 is 27. So we pick the one which is the smallest, which is 26. If you've got a choice, pick the smallest one. 26 minus 6 is 20 for both of these. 20 minus 1 is 19, but 20 minus 4 is 16. 16 minus 2 is 14. 19 minus 1 is 18, so I pick 14. 14 minus 4 is 10. 10 minus 7 is 3. A completed PERT chart for 6 whole marks. The roofing company works 9 hours each day on this job. State the minimum number of days to complete the job. Well, how do I know how long it took them? The last number, 29 hours. So it took them 29 hours. Divided by 9. You can use a calculator to see how many that goes in, but you'll see that it's 3.222. You can't have part of a day. You do day 1, day 2, day 3. We'll complete it on day 4. So 4 days. And we're done there. Construct a Gantt chart without float times for this job. Well, the float time is when, if you look at like a task like D, it starts on day 14. It is expected to last a day, but you can actually take your time and end at the end of day 19 if you want. So it's got float time in it of 4 hours. So what is float time? Well, this one starts on hour 14. It can only take an hour, but you could take longer if you need to because you've got all the way up to hour 19. But for the purposes of a Gantt chart, for a float time, you'll just do start at 14 and do a box for 1 hour. Usually do some extra boxes that you don't shade in for float time. So let's start our Gantt chart. I'm just going to go down the way, but you can go up the way if you want. So we've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. So you need to draw some boxes, so you need to constantly check your table. Starts at 0, takes 3 hours. I've already pre-prepared some of these, so you'll need to get a ruler and draw these, but there's 1, 2, 3 hours for A, starting at 0. B starts at 3 and takes 7 hours. So I start at 1, 2, 3. At the end of day 3, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just making sure I'm counting properly. Okay, C starts at 10 and takes 4 hours.
So after 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. Double check anytime I want. There we go. Yep, 10 and 4. Okay, D starts at 14 and takes 1. So I know that this is 14. I have to take 1. So there we go there. E starts at 14 and takes 2. So starting in the same place for E. I'm drawing it 2 along. So there's E. F starts at 15 and takes 1. So that's 14, so that's 15. I wanted to draw it for 1. So there's 1. G starts at 16 and takes 4. So 16 and 4. H starts at 20 and takes 6. So I should be on 20 already, yeah. 20. And that should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we've got I, 26 for 3. So there's I. And we've got J, which is 26 for 2. So the last one starts at 26 as well, but only takes 2. So there is the completed Gantt chart.
SQA Higher Apps Exams 2025, question 2. A group of gym members were asked what machines they regularly use from a choice of treadmill, row machine and cross trainer, and you've got all these results with to complete the Venn diagram to show this information. So always start with the one in the middle. So the one in the middle is all 3. 4 members use all 3, so 4 goes in the middle. And then we can start working on our double choices. So 38 members use treadmill and rowing machine. So treadmill and rowing machine has to add up to 38, but I've already got 4, so I've got 34 left over. 32 use cross trainer and treadmill. So again, cross trainer and treadmill has to add up to 32, but I've already got 4, so that leaves 28 left over. And then 15 use rowing machine and cross trainer. At the bottom, the intersection of that is 15, but take away 4, so I get 11 in this box. So there's my boxes filled in for that. Then we go on to our single boxes. 90 members use the treadmill, 90 in total though, so I need to take away, it's not 90 only use the treadmill. So 90 minus 34 minus 28 minus 4 leaves 24 left for the treadmill. 85 used the rowing machine. So again, for the rowing machine, you've already got these numbers in its circle. So it's 85 minus 34 minus 4 minus 11, leaving 36. And then finally, 53 used the cross trainer. So it's 53 minus all of these numbers, 28, 4, and 11, which gives me 10. A number that sometimes people forget to do is, well, none. 13 use none. We can either get that from the question, or if it gives us a total, we can take away all the numbers to get it. Complete the Venn diagram. We're done there. A gym member is selected at random. Determine the probability that they regularly use the rowing machine and the cross trainer, but not the treadmill. So rowing machine and cross trainer, there's the cross trainer, there's the rowing machine, there's the intersection between them. So it's 11. Use both, not before, because that's for treadmill as well. You have to use the rowing machine and the cross trainer, so it's 11. So 11 is my top number. And my bottom number is 24 plus 28 plus 10 plus 11 plus 36 plus 34. So if you've went around the way I've just done, you've done all of these ones here, and you've missed the 4 in the middle. I mean, I've also missed, of course, the one on the outside. 160. 11 out of 160. It's a fraction. You could change it to a decimal if you want, which is not very great. Percentage would be better, so times by 100. About 6.88%.
but I'm happy that the fraction would be fine as your answer.
SQA Higher Application Maths 2024, question 2. A college offers languages in French, Spanish and Arabic, and it gives us all the data and with the complete Venn diagram. So we'll start in the middle. So 31 students study all three. So that goes right in the middle. And then we work on the middle out the way. So let's look for two things. So 15 students study French, 51 students study French and Spanish. So I do French and Spanish, 51 minus 31 equals 20. 60 study Spanish and Arabic. So I do 60 minus 31, which is 29, Spanish and Arabic, 29. And then 63 study French and Arabic. So I do 63 minus 31. So that's 31, 41, 51, 61, 63, 32. And then usually, I've got 14 students studying all languages, I'll just put that in now. And then usually, you're told that how many students studied French, Arabic, or Spanish, and you need to take away all the numbers in their circle. But with this question, it was actually simplified. It says French only. 34 study French only. So that's just that. I can't take away, I'll get a negative anyway. So hopefully you realise that. Spanish only is 7, so it's just 7 in the Spanish box. And Arabic only is 13, so it's just 13 up here. And there's a completed Venn diagram. Part B says a student selected at random and determine the probability they study Spanish and Arabic but not French. So Spanish and Arabic, we're looking for that intersection again. Spanish and Arabic, 29. So it's 29 out of the total. 14 plus 13 plus 32 plus 34 plus 29 plus 31 plus 20 plus 7 is 180. So it's 29 out of the total, 180. And we'll just check that's simplified easy enough by doing the fraction button. And you can press SD a few times, and it is, or you can change that to 0.161. I think you leave it as a fraction, that's fine.
SQA Higher Application Maths 2025 question 7. An events management company has been awarded a contract to construct stages for a music festival. If construction on stages is delayed, the contract says a penalty will be paid of £25,000. Two things that can happen: stage structure fails or staff fail to attend site. The probability of no delay is 0.76. Calculate the expected cost of a delay. So the probability of no delay is 0.76. So that means that the probability of a delay then is the opposite. No delay or delay, only one can happen, is 1 minus 0.76, which is 0.24. So there's a probability. So that means our expected cost is simply 0.24 times the penalty of 25,000. Calculator. £6,000. Number 7 continued. The company is considering the following control measures. We can pay another company to have staff on standby and it costs £1,000, or we can have a spare stage on standby at the cost of £1,500. The probability of staff failing to attend is 0.2. The probability of a stage structure failing is 0.05. Calculate the expected cost of control measure 2. So for part B, control measure 2, have a spare stage on standby, and that costs £1,500. But then we need to add on, still somebody could fall ill. So we've still got 0.2 times £25,000. So we can work it out in a calculator. 1,500 plus 0.2 times 25,000 is £6,500. And then the expected cost of control measure 1 is taken as £22.50. They must have worked it out for us. The company will only use one control measure, explain which one they will use to minimise expected costs. Let's just check that that's £22.50 for the sake of it. So if it's £22.50, that's because the structure could still fail at £25,000. And then we're adding on £1,000 for the cost of control measure 1, which is £22.50. So that's where we got that number from. But we know if you do nothing, it's £6,000. If you do control measure 2, it's £6,500. So we should do control measure 1. As £22.50 is less than £6,000 and £6,500. So control measure 1 gives the least expected costs. And we're done there.
Application Maths 2024 question. A. An electric vehicle charging company has been awarded a contract to install 500 points in the city. As part of the contract, there's a number of tasks that must be completed, including ordering and receive of charger parts, installing an electric cable. If it is delayed, the company receives a fixed penalty of £75,000. The company has identified the following 2 reasons for a delay. You could have shortage in parts, or the electrical cables may not be in place in time. But it does say that there is a probability of 0.325 of one or both of these delays happening. Calculate the expected cost of delay. It's only worth 1 mark. So usually you're told the probability of just one of them, but now it's one or both. So if the probability of both of these things happening is 0.325, it's just 0.325 times 75,000. So we've got 0.325 times 75,000 gives us 24375. 24375. Right. The company is considered using the following control measures. Control measure 1, import parts at a cost of 15,000. Control measure 2, pay an hour front relay the cables at a cost of 16,000. There was a 0.1 probability of shortage in parts and a 0.25 probability electric cables will not be in place. Calculate the expected cost of a delay using only control measure 1. So if I use control measure 1, start off, it cost me 15,000. So that's what I start with. And then if control measure 1 is in place, I've already imported the extra parts, so I don't need to worry about the shortage of parts, I don't need to worry about the electrical cables. So I've got 0.25 times 75,000. So 0.25 times 75,000 is this, plus the 15,000 is 33,750. So only control measure 2. So control measure 2, I'll do this in a different colour so it's clear. We're using this one. That costs 16,000. And that is pay an hour for to lay cables. So if we're laying cables, that means that this will not happen. So we don't need to think about it. So there still could be a shortage in parts. So it's 0.1 times 75,000. So that equals 0.1 times 75,000 is 7,500 plus 16,000 is 23,500, 23,500. The company will only use one control measure based on your calculations explaining which they should use to minimise expected costs. So we've already worked out the expected cost with control measure 1, it's 33,750, and control measure 2, it's 23,500. Without any control measures, it's 24,375. So to minimise expected costs, we should use control measure 2. As 23,500 is less than 33,750. It's actually also less than the expected cost if you do nothing. So there you go. Just a little note on this question. Usually it starts off with telling you the probability is 0.1, 0.25. And you need to work out the probability of both. So how you would normally do that, and they've just done it for you, is you would say, well, I've got 0.1 chance of shortage, so 0.9 of nothing happening, 0.25 for the cables, so 0.75 of nothing happening. I would times them to get to 0.675. So there's a 0.675 chance nothing happens, and you take that away for 1, 1 minus 0.675, and it's 0.325, which is exactly what the SQA quoted anyway in part 1. So we just did that work for you.
SQA Higher Application Maths 2025 question 5. A radio station asks our listeners to report how many hours they are listening for in a week in July. And we have to do a histogram using statistical software, describe the distribution, and generate appropriate location measures of location to summarize the data. And then the data was used to determine listening hours in last summer. Explain why, one reason why it misrepresents this, or could misrepresent it. Let's jump into RStudio. So I've got RStudio loaded here. The first thing we need to do is file, new file, RScript, which I've already done, and then session, set working directory, choose directory, which I've already done. I'm on the cloud version of this, so the only difference is this little bit here looks slightly different, but nothing else. So let's get this in. So we go to our data booklet. My data is the first command. So we get that in there, and we read here, we change that to Q5 radio. Control Enter. And now we need to attach my data. And then we need a histogram. So data booklet again. Histogram is here. X is whatever the data is called on the x-axis, which is hours, is what the variable is. So we call X hours. Main, appropriate title. Histogram of, let's say, radio listening hours. Could say in 1 week in July if you wanted to, but you could just say that and we can see what we get. X-axis label, well, the x-axis label is the number of hours listening. And the y-axis label could be number of listeners, or frequency is probably fine, so I'll just leave it as frequency. And we get a nice little histogram here. Histogram of radio listening hours, 1 week in July. Probably don't need that bit, but I'll put it in anyway. Frequency up the side, or number of listeners. Number of hours listening on the bottom. I think I'll change it to number of hours listening per week, just to be very clear on the bottom. But I don't think you'll really need it. But there we are. We've got that there. Now we need to put that into our output. So right click, copy image. We've got our Word file and paste picture, and it'll be far too big. Don't know why. We can just make that smaller by dragging in that corner and getting it in to an appropriate place. I think that'll do there. That's a good little picture. Histogram of radio listening hours, 1 week in July. Frequency, number of hours per week. Question 2. Well, what was question 2? You probably can't remember, so let's go back and see. Describe the distribution of data shown in the histogram. So you should be able to see here we've got the histogram, and if it went up like this and then back down nicely, we would say that it was normally distributed. But in this case, there's a tail to the right, especially with these outlier here probably. So I would say that it's positively skewed. If there's a tail to the right, it's positively skewed. If there's a tail to the left, so it was high here and going like that, it'd be negatively skewed. So positively skewed, I think I'm going to put. So positively skewed. Pretty happy with that. Right, part 3. Hence generate and state the appropriate measure of location. So location we're looking for. So let's look at the data booklet. Descriptive statistics is what you're looking for when it's a measure of location and spread. Now, if it was normally distributed, you would do the mean. And that's the location, and the spread would be standard deviation. However, if it's skewed at all, then interquartile range gives you the spread, and median tells you the location. So we're looking for the median. Now, we're just going to use the data booklet. So the data booklet doesn't have anything in here for median except doing a summary. So we'll just do a summary. Although you could probably guess that if you type in median, it would probably work. Summary X was hours. And it gives us a summary. So there's a statistical software output. And we'll copy that whole thing in, but then we'll state the correct one. So there's everything. But our answer
is median, which equals 18.7 or 70 hours. Now we're done there. State one reason why the data might misrepresent the listening hours last summer. You could do this question without even seeing the data. It tells you right at the start of the question, actually. A radio station asks for listeners to report how many hours they are listening for 1 week in July. And this question asks you, why does it might it misrepresent listening hours last summer? Well, last summer is not the whole week of 1 week in July. It's probably about 8 weeks. So it only represents 1 week. It doesn't represent the whole summer. That's it. The data was collected only for 1 week in summer and not the whole summer. Listening habits might vary across the summer. Something like that. You could mention that it might vary because stuff could happen. There might be major events, there might be a concert, there might be football matches, anything you want. But I think that's enough to get our mark there, so I'm going to stop there. Print the word processing file Q5 radio answers. So how to print, just in case. File, print, then print it. Nothing there. That's it. And that's that question done. Application Maths 2024 question 6. And this is a spreadsheet question on Q6 Golf. A golf ball manufacturing company has designed a new golf ball which is more hard wearing. We want to determine if there's a difference in the distance travelled by current and new. To measure distances by current and new, a random sample of 40 were produced and subjected to a test, and they collected the data for distance travelled for both current and new. The data was found to be approximately normally distributed. Generate and state the appropriate measures of location and spread for current and new golf balls. So if it is normally distributed, you can use the mean and standard deviation. If there's a skew, you use the median and interquartile range. Make two valid comparisons about the driving distances of both current and new golf balls, so we can look at that when we get our mean and standard deviation. And then state appropriate null and alternative hypotheses, do a hypothesis test, interpret the p-values. So we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's look up RStudio, because it's an RStudio question. So I've already loaded it in, and you're going to need the data booklet. So let's just get the data booklet ready. Okay, so there we go. So first thing we do is data booklet is my data read.csv. My data read.csv, and then it's called Q6 golf.csv. Just make sure you've done that correctly by checking my data read.csv. Yeah. Control Enter to run, and then attach my data. Okay, so we want mean and standard deviation. So I'm going to just split this into two. You would have a data booklet usually beside you. So I'm looking for, let me just unzoom this a little bit, descriptive statistics. So we don't want a summary because that's mean and median. We want the mean and standard deviation. So we'll just do it separately. So we need to know what the headings are called. So you can just click view file. We've got current and new. Great. So back to this. We want mean of current. Should come up. We want standard deviation of current. And then we want mean of new. And we want standard deviation of new. So we get all that. So let's just copy that over to our Word document. Statistical software output, mean, standard deviation, mean, standard deviation. And is that everything we have to do? Generate appropriate locations of location spread. Yeah. Make two valid comparisons about the driving distances of both current and new golf balls. So let's just put this in. Measure of location, meters, measure of spread. So location is the average, so it's 270.28. And the spread is 8.75, say. And then for the new one, it's 267.5. And the spread is 9.89 or 9.90. Any rounding you want. And then on average, using the mean, current golf balls travel further. 270.28 is bigger than 267.5. And then measures of spread. The distances travelled by current golf balls is more consistent than new golf balls. And that's because 8.75 is bigger than 9.90. Or you could say the distances travelled by current golf balls is less spread out, or the distance travelled by new golf balls is more spread out or less consistent. Okay, next question. The appropriate null and alternative hypothesis to determine if there's a statistically significant difference between the distances travelled by current and new golf balls. Okay, it's null. Let's look at a null hypothesis. There is no difference between the distances travelled by current and new golf balls. Alternative hypothesis. There is a difference between the distances travelled by current and new golf balls. Part C. State what type of hypothesis test is appropriate to determine if there's a statistically significant difference between distances travelled by current and new golf balls. This can help you if you want. It's a t-test. Performs a two-sample t-test between two separate sets of data. It's not paired. It's just a normal t-test because they're independent of each other. So it is just a t-test. So we just type in t-test. And I've put my null and hypothesis, alternative hypothesis in the correct place. Now it says, perform the test, state the p-value, interpret the p-value. So let's go back to RStudio, t.test, and it was called current, and it was called new. Pretty sure that's how you do it. Control Enter. So we get our Welsh two-sample t-test. We can copy that over as a statistical output, and we want the p-value. There's our p-value there, 0.188. Interpret the p-value and the result of our hypothesis test in context. So since the p-value of 0.188 is greater than 0.05, you fail to reject a null hypothesis. If it's less than 0.05, you can reject a null hypothesis, but if it's greater than, you cannot reject it, but you can't say it isn't there. So you fail to reject the null hypothesis. And what was our null hypothesis? That there was no difference in the distances travelled between current and new golf balls. So if we were rejecting the null hypothesis, we would say that we can accept that there's probably a difference between current and new golf balls, but since we're failing to reject the null hypothesis, we cannot determine if there is a significant difference between the distances travelled by new and current golf balls from this data. And that's that question done.
Down here for Clelland Maths, SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2023 question 5. This is the spreadsheet file Q5 Coffee, where you have to construct a scatter plot of number of calories on carbohydrate content. So number of calories is a Y, carbohydrate content is the X. If you do a scatter plot, I usually use RStudio, I'm presuming you do too, and the data booklet is going to be handy for this. So let's go to the data booklet now. There is a data booklet for helpful R commands. The first one we need are my data and attach my data. Now I am going to type this in, but you can actually copy and paste these as well, which is really quite handy. But I'm going to type them in case copy and pasting doesn't work for you anyway. So let's go to our studio, which I've got it on the cloud, but you might have had it downloaded. Same kind of thing. You find your file on your computer and get it into our studio first of all. And the first thing you're going to do is your my data. So my data up in the terminal, /- and it's read.csv, and then open brackets, inverted commas, q5 coffee.csv, inverted commas and brackets, and then control enter to do that command. Now we need to do attach. So it's attach my data in brackets and enter, and that's us done our attachment. So now we need to plot our scatter plot. So you go back to your data booklet and go down to graphics, and you're looking for the one that says produce a scatter plot. So it's this one here. Okay, so let's go into RStudio and type that in, replacing the X and the Y, of course, with our variables, which are carbohydrate content on the X and number of calories on the Y. So plot, and then it's XY. So X is number of calories on carbohydrate content. So you write carbohydrate content first, carbohydrate.content, just click it, comma, number, just start typing it, and it comes up of calories. Name the x-axis, xlab equals inverted commas. So X carbohydrate content, and we're going to put our units of grams in there, and then comma, y lab equals, inverted commas again, number of calories. And we're going to give the units of that, which is kilocalories. Okay, the next stage is to get our title. So to get our title, we put comma, space, main equals scatter plot of number of calories on carbohydrate content. Now the last bit of the command, we have got PCH equals 21, and we have got BG equals inverted commas black. Make sure everything's closed up properly with inverted commas and brackets, and press Control Enter, and you get a nice scatter plot of number of calories on carbohydrate content. That's has got our 2 marks. Part B, find the correlation coefficient between the number of calories and carbohydrate content. And the data booklet is helpful for anything like this. Back to the data booklet, down to correlation and regression. The core test tells you the correlation coefficient. So it's core.test xy, nice and simple there. So back into here, core.test, x is carbohydrate content. So carbohydrate content, comma, number of calories, Control Enter, and we get an output. Interpret the correlation coefficient. Okay, so let's copy this into our answer sheet. So there's our answer sheet there. You can just copy your scatter plot, and then part B, your statistical output, is our Pearson's correlation coefficient. We can put that there. We can write our actual answer, 0.9628262. You actually write the answer. It's checking you understand not to use any of the other values there. It's the correlation coefficient you're looking for. And interpret the correlation coefficient. Well, the correlation coefficient is close to 1, so we can say that it has got a strong positive linear relationship or association between carbohydrate content and number of calories. So let's just write something like that. There is a strong positive linear association or correlation between carbohydrate content and the number of calories. Part C of this question, Find the equation of a regression line of number of calories on carbohydrate content, interpret the slope and intercept parameters. So back to data booklet for a regression line. We have got the second command here fits a linear regression line to the data. LM y tiddle x. So back to here, LM, right in the wrong place, make sure you're up there, LM bracket y is our number of calories, number of calories, tiddle is shift hash on my keyboard, you'll just need to maybe look for it, but carbohydrate content, carbohydrate.content, make sure the brackets close, control enter, and we get a output. Let's just copy that over to our answer sheet. So there's the output. There's our output. That gives us the equation quite easily. Because if you go back to, let's go to RStudio for a moment. Number of calories is up beside and carbohydrate content's on the bottom. This tells us that the number of calories, or just calories, equals the first number plus the second number times the carbohydrate content. So we just need to write that. So number of calories, I'll just type calories actually, you'll be fine with that. Calories equals 73.65 plus 4.65 times carbohydrate. And we have to interpret what that means. So let's look at the slope first. So this is this number here, 4.65. That's what we call a gradient in maths, and that tells you that if you go along 1 on the x, you go up 4.65 on the y. So the x is carbohydrate content, and the y is the calories. So the number of calories increases by 4.65 kilocalories for every additional 1 gram or g of carbohydrate. Every time you put a gram of carbohydrate in, 4.65 calories is added. Okay, the y-intercept, or we'll just write intercept. So the intercept is the first number, 73.65. That tells you what happens when there's no x, no carbohydrate. So in a drink with 0 grams of carbohydrate, there will be 73.65 kilocalories. And that's all you need for that. Part D, estimate the number of calories in a drink with 59 grams of carbohydrate. So let's look at our data booklet. So we're going to use the predict command to fit that in. So let's go to RStudio again. We're going to use predict. Put that up here. Predict. LM. And it's y to the x. So it's number of calories to the carbohydrate content. And then you put a comma after the first bracket. New data equals data dot frame, and then bracket x equals c. X is carbohydrate content, so carbohydrate content equals, and by c we mean the number, so 59 in this case. And then outside the bracket, interval equals pred. So in inverted commas, pred. Make sure everything's closed, control enter, and you will get an output. Let's copy that output, shall we? It doesn't ask us for an output, but let's just put it in anyway. That was our output. And then my answer, 348.0205, or there's two other numbers, but notice it says fit, lower, upper. But we pick the fit, 348 kilocal, and we're done there. We'll then just print this off for our examiner, making sure that our name and our centre number and everything else you need is in that sheet.
Higher Applications of Maths 2022, question 7. You must refer to information, strength and conditioning given the pre-release material when answering the question. You must also refer to the spreadsheet Q7 jump for this question and we have to complete some stuff. So let's have a look. A strength and conditioning coach wants to increase vertical jump height performance in their trainees. The data in the spreadsheet file shows the back squat, weight and the vertical jump height. We have to construct a scatter plot of vertical jump on back squat for the data. So for constructing a scatter plot, if you look at that CSV, it's just a list of 2 numbers. You could do scatter plots and things in Excel, but usually this is RStudio. It's much easier because you're given a data booklet. So let's do RStudio for this. So I'm in RStudio and I've already uploaded the file, which you can do yourself, and then we just use the data booklet to help us instead of actually trying to think too much. So let's find the data booklet. Helpful R commands. Well, there's the first one. We need to read the data. So if you can't remember it, easiest thing to do, copy and paste. Control C, jump into your thing, Control V, and we've got read.csv, and we just need to change the name. Excel data becomes Q7 jump. And then Control Enter makes that command go, and we can see that it came in here, so we're good to go. Back to the data, we need to attach. So if you can't remember it, again, we can go back and Control C it, and then just jump and Control V. And there, as quickly as that, without any typing, we've attached the data. So to construct a scatter plot, so we go down to our helpful R commands and look for plot. There's plot right there. So I'll just copy that, I'll not think about it. Control C. Just notice it says it produces a scatter plot of X versus Y with black dots. So we've got plot X, Y. So if we check the question, it says construct a scatter plot of vertical jump height on back squat. So back squat is our X. So just make sure you get them the right way round. Start typing back and hopefully it'll come up. And vertical or jump. You can check the data anytime you want to see what the variable name is. X lab axis, so we want a label for the X axis, so back squat, I think it's going to be in kilograms, and Y axis label, vertical jump height, I think that'll be in centimeters. Main equals scatter plot of Y, which is vertical jump height, on X, which is back squat. And Control Enter. And there we go, vertical jump height in centimeters, back squat in kilograms. Excellent there. Next part of the question. Make an appropriate comment about the relationship between vertical jump height and back squat. So copy that, put it in here. As back squat increases, vertical jump height increases. Or you could say approximately there is a positive linear relationship between back squat and vertical jump height. Part B1, find the correlation coefficient between back squat weight and vertical jump height. So back to our thing, we need to do a core test. So if you can't remember how to do a core test, you go to your data booklet and look up a core test. Core.test it is XY. So X is our back and Y is our jump. And it gives us an output. Let's just copy that into our answers then. Statistical software output. We'll just do that there. And then our answer. We actually need to be able to interpret this. So the core test is a bit, and at the bottom it says 0.828. So we just copy this one. And we're done there. Part 2, find the equation of the regression line of the vertical jump height on back squat weight. Okay, so we're back in. We want to find the equation of a regression line. So data booklet again. Now, AB line puts the line on, but doesn't give you the equation. It's LM that gives you the equation. So it's that one we want to copy. Y, remember, was jump, and X was back. Control Enter, and we get output. Let me just copy that into our file again. So there's our output, but our answer is not our output. We need to be able to interpret this. So coefficients, and intercept is this, and back is that. So if you go back to our graph here, the vertical jump height's on the y-axis, and the x-axis is back squat. So we can say that for our answer, vertical jump height, or just jump, equals, now you can either do this number times back plus this number, or I find it much easier to do it in the order that is written in the thing. So it says 7.2366, so I'll just write that, plus 0.3593 times back squat weight. Question C. Use your statistical software to estimate the vertical jump height for a trainee who can back squat 165 kilograms. So we need to do a prediction here. So back in here, we've got predict right here. So we're going to use the prediction command. Again, back up here, change all of these variables. So jump, back, new data equals data.frame x, which is back, equals c. Now what's c? C is the number that we want for us in the question, which was 165, I believe. Yes, it was. So we change the letter c to 165. And control enter again. And we get three answers. Let's just copy these into our software output. So statistical software output is this. So there's a statistical software output. We now need to just answer this. So we pick the one that's fit. So it's 66.52568. So 66.5 centimeters. And we have to comment on the accuracy of this prediction. So there's two ways to do that. I'll give you the easiest option. The expected or fitted value is 66.5 centimeters, but the jump height is likely to be between the lower, which is 56.7 centimeters, and the upper, 76.3 centimeters. The other way you could answer this, and I'll not write this in, is you could use the correlation coefficient. If you look here at 0.828, that means there's a strong positive linear relationship between back squat and jump height. And since our 165 kilograms is within our data set, we could say that since there's a strong positive linear relationship and 165 is within our data set, it's likely to be an accurate prediction. But that's easier, just using the numbers. Based on the correlation, the coach advises the trainees that increasing their back squat weight will increase their vertical jump height. Why does the statistical analysis not support this advice? Well, we're saying that the back squat causes the jump height to be bigger. That's not necessarily true. Just because we are connected, there's a correlation, doesn't mean to say that it causes it. If you do think it does, imagine we'd done a graph here and it was number of Mars bars you eat against vertical jump height, and we got the same graph. Would we think that having eaten more Mars bars would cause us to have a bigger jump? No, we just happen to be connected. So correlation is not causation. So that's all you have to write. Although back squat and jump height are correlated, correlation is not causation. And we're done there.
SQA Higher Apps Maths 2025, question 12. You must refer to the spreadsheet Q12I colour when answering this question. Complete parts A, B, and C using the spreadsheet file. A random sample of 50 children were invited to take part in a general health study and answer the following questions. State your sex, male, female, prefer not to say. State your eye colour, which is blue, brown, and green. And are you colourblind? Yes or no? The responses from the survey were partially entered into the participant responses table. Participants 3, 7, 13, 18 responded yes to being colourblind. Participant 42 had withdrawn their consent for the responses to be included. Open the iColour worksheet. We have to complete the participant responses table using the information, complete the iColour summary table, create an appropriate chart to display the frequencies of iColour in the summary data. So let's have a look at this. So participant 3 was colourblind. I'll just write yes. Participants 7 and 13 were colourblind, so I'll just copy that. 7 and 13 and 18. They're all colourblind. All other participants were not colourblind. So no. Now, be as fast or as slow as you want here. I'm just going to copy into all the spaces by highlighting them. Every time I see a gap, I'm just going to skip it and start again. Control V and Control C I'm using here. So Control C copies and Control V pastes. And we get it all in pretty quick then, instead of just typing it, because that would be really inefficient. You could also use YN if you prefer, or any other thing that you know would mean yes and no. What else does it tell us in the question? Participant 42 withdrew their consent to have the responses included in the data. So 42 is out. Delete. Goodbye. That's the only information we've actually got. So that's part A done. Part B, complete the iColour summary table. So frequency means how many. And we want to know how many people have blue eyes, brown eyes, and green eyes. Now, I've had a lot of mentions about this question already. And a lot of people say, is that the count if thing? Do we use that? And you can. I mean, if you know how to do that, you should have hopefully had some training during the course on various Excel functions, basic ones. It's unclear at this stage whether or not you're getting a mark for using a formula here, because it does just say complete the iColour summary table. It doesn't say you need to use a formula. So I think there is a chance that if you were to just count them blindly and shove in the number, you might get the mark. Although I don't think they want you to do that. I think they want you to use a function. I'm going to use a function. So we'll not know until the actual mark scheme comes out whether or not you're getting a mark for the function or not, because the question doesn't tell you either way that you need to use a function. So, but I will use a function. So how do we use the count if function? Well, we just type in here equals count if. Open a bracket. We want a range of data, so we highlight our data, or type it in manually if you feel you must. And then our criteria. Now you can't just type in blue here. You need it in inverted commas, blue, because it's a word. Close your bracket. Press enter. And you get 11. Let's just check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we've got 11 there. Same command again, count if, same range. And now the word is brown. Green, same command again, same range, and now the word is green. And that's it. We've got 11, 34, and 4. Looking back at part B, A, 42 had withdrawn their consent for responses to be included in the data. We could have done something with that, as in like highlighted it, put boxes around it to say don't include it. But I think if someone's saying you've not to include my data, it really is a case of saying, well, that's fine, it's deleted, it's not part of our table at all. So I think I'm quite happy that that's what they want you to do, but rather than just mess around with it. Create an appropriate chart to display the frequencies in the iColour summary data. So for this bit, just this little table here, insert a little chart, probably a pie chart or a bar chart would be fine. Either one, anything that is reasonable. We've got an option of like a pie chart, a bar graph. When I click this, by the way, you don't see it on screen what it's shown me until I click one and choose one, okay? But I'm going to choose a pie chart because that seems best to me. But you could have done a bar graph. Now, there's that. Now, that's not good enough. If I just have that, I don't think I'll get the full marks. I need to have a better word here, a better title. Pie chart of children's eye colour. There's my chart, and then data labels. You could put them in if you want, and it would tell you 11, 34, and 4, which is quite nice. It's hard to say exactly what we would want, a legend for sure, but that's good. I'll show you what you would get if you were to actually pick a different chart as well. Let's pick a bar chart this time, down a little bit. So if we'd done a bar chart instead, you would get something like that. Again, you want your data labels in. So add axis titles. Bar chart of children's eye colour, say. Axis title, eye colour, axis title, frequency or number. Frequency I'm quite happy with. You could even mess about changing these colours of the bars or anything else you wanted to do, but I think that's a reasonable chart as well. So we've got a couple of nice little charts, and we're done there. But in the eye colour worksheet in formula view and value view, so the chart is visible on one page. So as usual, file print, and if you want formula view, formulas, and then we go to show formulas, and you get it, and then you go to file and print, and we're done there.
We have Application Maths 2023 question 3. An online survey sent out to people by email on the electoral register who live in Renfrewshire. The aim of the survey is to determine which political party people intend to vote for in an up-and-coming election. The survey asks the following questions: state your age and years, state your gender, which political party do you intend to vote for, did you vote in the last election, if yes, which political party did you vote for in the last election, and the question is, state the type of data that best describes age. Well, ages are numbers, so it's numerical, and is it continuous or discrete? Well, I could be 5, but he could be 16, so it's discrete. So the word, what we're looking for is discrete numerical. 2 types of data, remember, there's numerical and categorical. Now, you could also use the word discrete and then quantitative, which means numerical, but I prefer numerical. It's easier to remember, to be honest. Right, part B2, gender. Well, gender's not numerical, so it must be categorical. Categorical. Now, you might know that the word is nominal, but you don't need to know that. Or the other word you could have used is qualitative. So you've got quantitative, which is numerical, qualitative, which is categorical. But categorical is fine for the mark. Okay, let's move on to the next bit. The results of the online survey are used to predict the outcome of an upcoming national election. Give 2 reasons why these results do not provide a representative sample of the national population to allow the prediction to be accurate. There is a number of answers possible for this question, but I'll go through the most obvious ones. The first most obvious one is this. This first survey was take place in Renfrewshire, which is just a small little place. It's nothing to do with the whole country, so it's not a national survey, it's a local survey. That's the first reason. So we could just write that. First step, it was not a national survey. But a local survey. Right, what else? Well, if we look at it, it said it was an online survey. It was an online survey. Now, can everybody access online? Maybe not everybody can get access to online. So perhaps that not all voters will be able to access the survey online. So that's another good reason. Not all voters could access the survey online. Now, what else could we have said? Well, let's check what the SQA say about this. Any reasonable answers? People could vote multiple times online. That could happen. The invite goes into junk mail. Not targeting representative portions of the voting population. But you're not, to be clear, what you can't write is things like people might not want to put their true political views online. You can't say people might be lying, but we don't know that. Or that people might change their mind, or that people might, there's a small sample size. That's not good enough. We need to be specific about this survey. It was a local survey, Therefore, it's not representative for national, and it was an online survey, so maybe not everybody could get access to it.
SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2025 question 9. You must refer to information on feed and chicks. To monitor the effect of a type of feed on their mass, a group of chicks were randomly allocated 2 groups at birth. One group was given A, and the second group was given type B. The comparative box plot summarises the mass of chicks in grams when weighed at 3 weeks old. Explain which type of feed results in chicks with the least variability in mass. Least variability in mass, well, there is an outlier for A, but taking that out, the box in whiskers was much shorter than for A than B, so less variable, less range. And looking at the actual box itself, the interquartile range is smaller for A than it is for B, because you get the interquartile range by taking away the width of the box. Basically, it's the width of the box, taking away this lower quartile and upper quartile from each other. So I would probably just say type A, because the box plot shows a smaller interquartile range. Box A, B being noticeably taller than box A. We could also mention that the range is bigger as well if you wanted to. The range of B is a lot bigger than the range of A. So you could say that if you want. Looking at the range, B is larger than A, showed by the difference in the whiskers. You could also mention this outlier here, or you could say known outlier, but to be honest with you, it's only worth 1 mark. I think that will be enough. Box plot A shows a smaller interquartile range, showed by box B being noticeably taller than A. I think that's enough. So question 9, part B, a hypothesis test is being performed to compare the 2 groups. State the hypothesis test performed. Well, you're going to be comparing the 2 groups, comparing the means, comparing the average weight, so it's a t-test. Okay, state the null and alternative hypothesis. Null, there is no significant difference in the mean weight of chicks, mean mass of chicks at 3 weeks old between those given food type A and food type B. And then the alternative hypothesis is just the opposite statement of that. There is a statistically significant, or just significant, will be fine, difference in the mean, because we're doing a t-test, mass of chicks at 3 weeks old between those given food type A against food type B. P-value was 0.003147. Interpret the p-value in the result of the hypothesis test in context. So we've got p-value of 0.003147 is less than 0.05, so we can reject the null hypothesis. and say, therefore, there is a statistically significant difference in the mean mass of chicks at 3 weeks old between those given feed A against feed B. So you could mention a 95% confidence interval for the true population, but I don't think you need it for this question. I think that is enough. It's just really wanting you to say, what does it mean to reject the null hypothesis for this question?
Let's refer to information on dogs and fleas for this SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2022 question 3. After study 1, the following bar chart was created. It shows the number of dogs requiring treatment for a flea infestation against the month of the year. Okay, part A, state the type of data that best describes the number of dogs requiring treatment. Okay, you don't need to look at the data booklet for this. It's numbers, so it's something we're counting, so it's numerical. But since we're counting it, it is discrete. So it's just discrete, numerical. If it was something that you could measure or something like height, it would be continuous. The student vet claims that this graph proves that flea infestations are more common in warmer months across the UK. Why is this claim not valid? So let's look at the actual data booklet for this. So the UK is a nation of dog lovers with 1 in 4 adults owning a dog. Owning a dog is a big commitment. It's important that dog owners need the needs of a dog, so register them with a vet. One thing a dog owners needs to be aware of is fleas. Fleas are blood-sucking parasites. Fleas are found throughout the year and are believed to be more common in warmer months. They are thought to be more common in rural areas. A dog is said to have a flea infestation when it has more than 20. Study 1. To investigate the seasonal variation of flea infestation in dogs, a student vet on a placement in a veterinary clinic in Edinburgh City Centre gathers data on the number of dogs requiring treatment. From appointment records, the number of treatments for flea infestations in the dogs over a 1-year period were recorded. Seems good enough for a whole year. But where we did it? Only in Edinburgh. So watch out for that. So if we go back to our question, it says the student vet claims that flea infestation are more common in warmer months across the UK. Well, if we look at our graph, definitely more common in warmer months, but this is only a local study, so it doesn't tell us anything about the whole of the UK. So that's all that we can say. One clinic in Edinburgh is not representative of the UK. And there we are. You could also say just that the claim cannot be made from a graph. The data gathered for study 2 is shown in the table. So we've got area, number of dogs inspected, number of dogs with a flea infestation, urban, rural, and then just the totals here and here and here. State a statistical test that would be appropriate to determine whether this data provides evidence of difference in flea infestations between urban and rural areas. There is only one test that is appropriate for categorical data, which is what this is, and it's a z-test. So that's our answer, z-test for 2 proportions. So basically what you would be looking at is the fraction that had infestations. Let's have a look at sample 2. Another study in the sample of dogs was inspected for flea infestations over a 3-month period at an Edinburgh clinic, and a similar sample was inspected at a rural veterinary clinic. So the 2 different places, that's excellent. State 1 part of the design of study 2 would need to be valid to make sure the tests are valid. Well, make sure it's a random sample of dogs. So samples chosen randomly. To fit in with the student vet's placements, the data from an urban clinic was collected from July to September, and the data from a rural clinic was collected from October to December. How this might affect the conclusions of study 2. The conclusions, of course, will be valid because it's not a comparable time period. That's all you need to write. Conclusions won't be valid as not comparable time periods. And we're done there.
SQA Maths 2024 question 4. You must refer to the pre-release information on Dracania plants and carbon dioxide levels. Let's read it first though. You've got to fill in a spreadsheet and complete it in the answer space provided. In fact, if I tutored you, you'll realise that I predicted that this would actually be the question. It's exactly the same question I told you it would be. So a research scientist is studying the effect of Dracania plants to improve air quality. Large ones reduce by 13% in the showroom, and each evening the heating's left on and it adds CO2 to increase it by 180. At the start of the study it's 2000. Complete the worksheet to estimate the CO2 at the end of 30 days. And here's the worksheet. It's already filled in some of these boxes for you, but you need to fill in some more. But let's look at the pre-release material and make sure we don't miss anything. So there's the pre-release material. It just talks about the type what these plants do, reduce CO2. It says they're used to try and improve levels of CO2 levels. We're measuring parts per million. And it says the acceptable levels in the UK are 800 for very good air quality, below 800, and above 1500 is poor air quality. When it's identified, control measures need to be taken to improve ventilation. Okay, so let's go to our spreadsheet. Starting with 2000, it's reduced by 13% from the plant, so we need to work out what's left. So to work out what's left, it's just equals 1 minus that box if it's been set up correctly. Yep, 87%, or check your calculator. And then additional levels emitted by the heating system is 180. We have to do it by the end of 30 days. So let's fill in a formula here. This is your recurrence relationship question. So you're doing 2000 times, and level end of the day, that means there's 87% left at the end of the day. So I'll put dollars around that because that's outside the box. And then we're adding in at the end of the day as well this 180. So again, that's outside the box, so we're putting dollars around that. Now, in terms of rounding, this is not money or people, so you could kind of just not round it and you would get lots of decimals, but it's going to look nicer if you do round it. And since we're estimating how much is there, I'm going to use the int command for this because that'll just give me it to truncating it, taking away the decimal points. Or actually, let's round it. Let's round it to 2 so we can really see what's happening. Do that to start with. We can always adjust it if we prefer to adjust it later. So then 30 days, 26, 29, 30. So we've got 1394.05. I think I'm going to round that to no decimal places, I think. Or again, use the int command. And there we are. We get a nicer number, 1394. So CO2 levels at the end of 30 days is 1394. Next bit of the question says, extend your table for 60 days. Well, actually, let's read it. Research scientist investigates the long-term CO2 in the showroom. Extend your table to the end of 30 days and construct a graph to show what will happen in the showroom. Include titles and axes. So 30 days we've got, so we just copy it down till it says 60. And we can see it's starting to level off. We're getting the same number. So I expected that to happen, to be honest, as I was looking for, but maybe you didn't. Insert recommended charts and just pick one that looks good. Don't pick one of these bars, that's not going to help, but one of these is fine. You've either got the scatter or the line, or if you don't go to insert, you can just go here and click charts and then just click scatter and pick the one that you like the look of. So there we get our scatter. Let's just move this up so we can see it next to the table better and we can work on it. And let's make it a little bit bigger. So, title, CO2 levels at the end of each day in the showroom. And then we need to add our axis labels. So, axis titles, CO2 levels in parts per million. I'm going to make that too small just because it is a subscript, but you probably won't have to do that. And then this one is just day or end of day. And there you go, we've got a nice graph. Part C, explain whether Dracania plants are effective at obtaining very good air quality in the showroom. Well, you can see it levels off at about 1300, 1388 here. And to get very good air quality, you need it to be 800 or below. So no large Dracania plants are not effective at obtaining very good air quality in the showroom, as CO2 levels will not go below around, what do we get? 1388 parts per million in the long term, and 1388 parts per million is greater than 800 parts per million. And I think that you'll be fine with that. So let's see what else to do with this question. Just print it in value and formula view. So you just go to File, Print, that's just value view. You have to make sure that your graph is beside the table and on one page. So fit on one page, which I've already sheet on one page, that's fine. And then if you want formula view, you go to Formula, Show Formulas, File again, Print, and you can see it on Formula View there with all the formulas shown. And that's us done for that question.
SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2023 Question 8. You must refer to the spreadsheet file Q8 warehouse when answering this question. Complete parts A and B, 1 using the spreadsheet file. Parts B, 2, C and D must complete in the answer space below. Okay, and I'll just put it on a file for us so we can see the answers. It says, a warehouse company currently has 1750 units of stock. They deliver 20% of our current stock each week and receive 300 units of new stock per week. Complete the warehouse stock to identify the cell in C10. We predict the number of stocks in the warehouse at the end of week 26. Okay, so here's the spreadsheet file. So percentage stock remaining at the end of the week, well, we delivered 20%, so that means we've got 80% left. So it's set up to be a percentage, so we can just press enter. And the number of new units of stock per week, they said, was 300. So we need to work out what goes in this cell here. So we need a formula. So we need a formula in here. So equals, now is it an integer, is it a whole number, what is it we're looking for? Well, it's a whole number because new units of stock, you can have like 2.5 units of stock, so we use integer for that, int, and we're going to use the one above it, which is C13, and that has to be times by, now you can either type it in or click the box, so I'm going to click the box I want it times by 80%, so this one, but remember we need dollars, so if it doesn't give you the dollars by clicking, you need to put it in yourself, plus, and I'm just going to type the next one, $C $9, because I don't want them to change. So just make sure you watch it for your dollars, otherwise you'll end up with a whole mistake. We now want to copy that all the way down. We can press Control C, Control V, or just highlight and pull down. So I'm just pulling it down and I get an answer. I can just type the answer in the box, or I'm just going to reference the box, which is $C $39. And that's me done part A. Part B. Extend your table in your worksheet to construct a graph to show the units of stock for 52 weeks. Using the constructed graph in B, state the type of mathematical model that describes the units of stock in the warehouse. Okay, so we have to extend the table. So the easiest way to do that is just highlight these two and pull that little corner down. And we have to go to 52 weeks. There's 51 and there's 52. So we've done that. We now need to construct a graph for this data. Okay, so we're going to construct a graph. So let's highlight our data. Insert. And for this one, I think we're going to want a scatter plot. So it's under here and scatter.
and let's move it up so that it's somewhere appropriate. Make that a little bit bigger. Okay, we want to put our axis labels on. So axis titles, this would be number of units of stock, I suppose at the end of the week, end of the week. And this would be weekend or end of week. I'll just put end of week. What else could we put on this? Let's see. Let's put a legend in. There you go. There's your completed graph. So that's in B part 2. Using a graph construction part 1, state which type of mathematical model describes the units of stock in the warehouse. Well, that's exponential decay. So I'm going to write exponential decay. The other word you could have used for this is a recurrence relationship, but I prefer exponential decay for that. It says after 52 weeks, the warehouse company plans to move to a smaller building with space for 1,400 units of stock. Comment on whether the smaller building will have enough space for the stock. Justify your answer. Go back to our stock. You can see here we've done it up to 52 weeks. It levels off at 1,500, so we're not going to have enough space because 1,500 is bigger than 1,400. See part 1. There will not be enough space as the number of units of stock levels off at 1,500, which is greater than 1,400. State one reason why this mathematical model may not be realistic. So may not be realistic because, well, what's happening? It's assuming that every single week we're going to get 300 extra units of stock. It's assuming that every single week we're going to get rid of 20% of stock. That might not be the case. It might vary. So I could just write because the number of units of stock might not increase by the same amount each week. Or in other words, it's not fixed. You could have also written what I said earlier, that the deliveries per week might vary, in other words, it might not be fixed, but either of the two options will give you your final mark. This is print, warehouse worksheet, and value view and formula view. So for value view, you would just go straight up to print. You would make sure that it's nice and neat. Obviously, I want it on one sheet. So I want to say print active sheets. And I want maybe landscape. And I want to fit sheet to one page. Check if portrait gives you a nicer view. Either of them, portrait looks better to me. So I would print that. And then to get value view, for mine, I go to formulas, show formulas, and it shows you all the formulas you've got in there. So the SQA can mark that, print again, and probably this time you'll probably want to put it on a landscape so you can see it better. But there you are, and then you just print it off, and we're done there.
SQA Higher Apps Exams 2022, question 5. You must fit the spreadsheet school rule. Question 5. When answering this question, complete part A1, C1 using this file, and then complete parts A2, B, C2 using the answers below. So let's read the question first. A school is planning a new building and it is approaching maximum capacity. The school rule in August 2021 was 650 pupils. Approximately 18% of pupils leave by the end of each school year, and 140 new S1 pupils join the rule in August each year. We have to complete the school rule worksheet to predict the school rule in August 2031. So let's go into the spreadsheet. So you just put your dummy name in here. So Clelland Maths, of course. Secure candidate number 01234556. Set a name, whatever you form. Right, let's go. The number of pupils in August 2021 is 650. And we've got 18% leaving. If 18% are leaving, that means that what's left over is equal to 100 minus 18. Now you can get a calculator and work it out if you want, or just press equals 1 minus this box, and it hopefully will do it for you, 82%. If it doesn't work out for you, just get a calculator and type it in manually, 82%. Okay, S1 intake is 140. We have to work out this one, so we're going to have to go into our table. So we'll have to think about what we're actually trying to work out. If 82% are left at the end of the year, then this box is going to equal, let's just take the forward first, I'll do rounding later, but it's going to equal essentially this box, which is 82%, times 650, but we don't want to type 650, we want to reference the previous because we want to do it every time, plus, and we want to add on 140 each time, so this one. Now, that's a basic version of the formula, but there's certain things we need to be aware of. If things are outside of the table, we usually use dollars because we want that to reference that cell and keep that cell referenced all the time. So that's a good rule of thumb. So what is outside of there? Well, we've got D9. So $D, $9 is what we want to put. So we can put that in. And then we've got D10. So $D, $10. And then C14 is fine because we want that to change each time. If it's inside the table, usually you want that to change each time so you don't dollar it. So we've got that to start with, and that would be fine, but we're not rounded. Have a look at this. It's approximately 18% leave, and the number of pupils has to be a whole number. So we can just round this to 0 decimal places. You could also use the integer function if it's exact, but we're looking at rounding here, so just round. And then press enter. And we get 673, and we can just extend that by dragging and dropping, or double clicking, or copying and pasting. And we get an answer of 761. So we have answered part A. So we'll just type that in here, 761, job done. Part 2, comment on the precision of this prediction. Well, the number of pupils leaving each year is approximate. So the prediction is approximate as the number of pupils that leave at the end of each school year is approximate. And with these questions, usually when you're talking about precisions or predictions, if we go back, we look at the variables that could change. For instance, the leavers could change, but really the S1 intake, is that really 140 each year? The question says it is, but that could change too. So looking at these questions, you're looking at just making a comment on these numbers being accurate or whether they can change or not. Part B, comment on the relationship between time and predicted school roll up to August 2031. So let's have a look. As each year goes on, the number of pupils increase. So that's all we have to write. So the number of pupils gradually increases each year. The school moves forward with plans for a new building. This will increase the capacity to 800 pupils. Extend the table on your worksheet to construct a graph to show what is predicted to happen to the school roll in the long term. You must consider what happens beyond August 2031 and then use your graph to determine whether the new capacity is suitable. So let's go back to our graph. We need to extend our graph so we can just highlight and we can start dragging down and just see what happens. Well, it just looks like it's still increasing, so I'll keep going. See if there's any actual, there's a pattern there. So have a look there. We can start to see that it is given as the same number. Do that a few more times just to check. And generally speaking, with a question like this is what you're looking to happen. So we get that. And then we have to make a graph. So let's highlight all the data and don't give ourselves a headache. Insert, recommended charts. Top one looks good. So I'll just press OK. And I'll move that up so that it's in an appropriate place. And let's just make sure the axes are labelled. So graph of number of, let's just call it school roll against year. That seems good. So a title for a graph, and then axes, so plus axis titles. This one's number of pupils. And this one is year. So we've appropriately labelled on a graph, just in case there's a mark for that. Now in this question there wasn't a mark for that, but there will be a mark for it somewhere probably. So just make sure all graphs are appropriately labelled whenever you do them. Okay, so we've done a graph. Let's check the question. Extend your table and construct a graph to show what has happened to the school in the long term. Well, we've done that. So there's your 2 marks. We've extended the table with the constructor graph. We've made sure that it does something that levels off and we go far enough. If in doubt, go too far. Don't do too little. Use your graph to determine whether the new capacity is suitable. So the new capacity is 800 pupils. Well, where's my graph there? Now this is an exponential graph. And you can see that it's going up and then levelling off. Or you can see that in the table, it's levelling off at 776. Now the capacity is 800, it says. So for part 2, yes, the capacity of 800 is suitable as the number of pupils levels of or never exceeds 776. And that will give you your mark there. And then it says to print the school worksheet in value view and formula view. So value view and formula view on one page. So just to click, this is a value view. So we just go to File, Print, Fit Sheet on one page, and then you'll get it all on one page. So that's value view. But for formula view, you go to Formulas, and you go to click here, Show Formulas, and then it will show all the formulas that you've used, so that SQA can mark it and make sure you've rounded. File again, Print. Make sure you click to fit on one sheet, which is done, and then you just print it and away you go. Just a little note on this. We may ask you, it's come up before, we'll just get rid of these formulas. This graph is called an exponential graph. So this is called exponential growth. If it goes down the way, it's called exponential decay. The other thing you could call it is a recurrence relationship. This is actually doing a recurrence relationship because it's using the previous value to get the next value over and over again.
Next we have SQA Maths 2025, question 1. Estimate the number of portions of fruit and veg that a typical person eats during their childhood. Now, I've got a bit of bone contention with this question just to start with, actually. Childhood, what does that mean? That can vary by culture, what a childhood is. But in the UK, a child is defined as up to about 18, usually. So I think using that, but I think this is a Fermi estimate. So as long as your assumption's reasonable, I think we're okay. So I'm just going to assume, let's say 18 years of childhood. In fact, I might go a little bit lower than that and say 17 years. Let's say as a baby, you don't eat very much. So you've got up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, let's just assume 18 years. Why not? Let's go 18 years. I think you'll get away with anything that seems reasonable. If you're assuming that 12 years of childhood or whatever, you can never tell till the mark scheme comes out. But it's the method that's important really for this question because it really is pretty simple after that. Assume how many portions? Well, whatever you think. Standard, I think, in my head is 5, isn't it? So 5 portions per day. And we're going to assume 365 days a year. We're going to skip these leap years. Yeah, that'll do. So we'll just do our sum. 18 times 5 times 365. Get a calculator. Which is 32850. But again, I must stress, your answer may be wildly different from mine because you might have made different assumptions. The question's about, can you make reasonable assumptions and do a sum with it? It's always going to be a time sum.
So SQA Higher Apps Maths 2023, question 1. A school year in Scotland usually lasts 190 days. Estimate the number of hours a typical pupil in Scotland will spend in school during their lifetime. State any further assumptions you make. Okay, so we need to assume how many years a pupil in Scotland is at school. So let's take primary school, that's maybe 7 years, high school up to 6 years, 7 and 6, 13 years say, some maybe a little bit less, some maybe a little bit more. So we're going to assume, we need to assume 13 years of schooling. Now, we're quite generous with this one. As long as you say something between 11 and 15, you'll be fine. A reasonable assumption. Now, what about the number of hours that we're at school? Well, maybe our school starts at 9 and ends at about 3, maybe half 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 6 hours maybe would be reasonable. So assume 6 hours per day of schooling. And again, they're quite lenient with this one. Anywhere between 5 and 8 would be okay with this. Okay, a reasonable assumption. Okay, so now we need to estimate the number of hours that the pupil spends in school. So we've got 190 days a year times 13 years of schooling times 6 hours a day.
So there's the sum I need to do. Getting a calculator for all that, and never don't do anything without a calculator for this exam. 190 times 13, 13 times 6, 14, 8, 28 hours. And again, this question is, there's a range of answers that is reasonable, okay? As long as your first assumption was between 11 and 15 years, and your second assumption between 5 and 8 hours, and you do 190 times your years times your hours to get the total, you'll be fine there. There's worth 3 marks, 2 for the assumptions and 1 for your final sum.
Okay, SQA Higher Application Maths 2022, question 10. You must refer to information mountain gorillas given in the pre-release material, so we'll look at that in a minute. The 2020 study found that the population of mountain gorillas has increased to 1,004. And an expert has stated that if the mountain gorilla population in Virginia mountains continues to grow exponentially, there will be 1,600 by the year 2032. Determine if he's correct. So we're going to have to look at this pre-release material to see if there's any information to help us with this. It says deforestation happened on a massive scale, blah, 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 blah. A study in 2008, starting on this paragraph, said there was only 680 mountain gorillas in Virginia mountains. A study in 2020 showed that due to conservation efforts clamping down, that had increased, and we know what that's increased to. And we'll come back to this a little bit later for the rest of the question. But we do know that in 2008 there was 680. 2008 there was 680. We know in 2020 there are 1,004. Now the way exponential growth works is if over a certain time period, like 10 years, something had doubled, it will keep doubling every 10 years. So this is 12 years, and we now want to know 2032. So let's just check that time period is the same, 12 years, 12 years. So if I know what that's times by, for the next one I'll just times by the same amount. So how do I know the multiplier? I just do 1,004 divided by 680. That's 1.476. I'll take a note of it as a truncated amount, but I'll just leave it in my calculator. So that means to get to the next one, I'm going to times by 1.476 as well. So I'm just going to times 1,004 by that. So I'm just going to press times 1,004. That gives me 1482.376. So that's about That's about 1482. Just rounding down because it's a whole number of gorillas. So that means that the expert is wrong because 1482 is much less than 1,600, and for exponential growth to occur, 1482 must be the number. Adult mountain gorilla eats 30 kilograms of food per day. Estimate the amount of termites and ants in kilograms that a typical mountain gorilla will eat during their adult lifetime. State any assumptions you make. So this is called a Fermi estimate. So we're looking from the second paragraphs. Mountain gorillas are considered adults when they're 10 years old and live an average of 35 years. So there's a trick. It's not 35 you times by, it's 25 because they're adults when they hit 10. And the second trick, mountain gorillas survive mainly on a vegetarian diet consisting of bamboo shoots, fruits and berries. Given the opportunity, they will also eat ants and termites, but the diet will remain mostly vegetarian. So what does that mean? Well, if you're mainly or mostly something, it means you eat more than, or do it 50% of the time or less, more. So if you're going to pick the amount of termites or ants that the gorillas eat, you have to pick a number less than 50%. So we're going to assume they live, adult life is 25 years. We're going to assume the usual that there's 365 days per year to get rid of the leap years. We've got that, we've got to estimate the maximum amount of termites. So the maximum will have to be less than 50%. So what's the closest to 50%? We could be 49.99% or 49%. I'm going to assume 49% of termites per year. Now, it has to be 49% because it's the maximum we're looking for, so it's not just any old. So then we're just going to do 49% of 30 times 365 times 25. So 0.49 is 49% times 30 times 365 times 25. 134,137.5. That's about then 134,000 kilograms, thereabouts. The data, if you look at it, is given to two significant figures, 1600, 1004. So 134,000 is reasonable, but you'll get an answer for anywhere between 130 and 140,000 as long as you've rounded it somewhere reasonable. But the key point of this question is 49%. Higher Application Maths 2025, question 10. A cylindrical container has been filled with water. Initially, the depth of water is 4. The depth of water in the container increases at a constant rate of 3 centimetres per minute. It takes 8 minutes to finish filling the container. Draw a graph to model this. Well, it's just going to be a linear model because the depth's just staying the same over time. So if we watch this, initially the depth is at 4 centimetres. Initially, the depth is up the side and time is along the bottom. So at time equal to 0, I am marking off 4. So that's just right there. It then says the depth of water in the container increases at a rate of 3 centimetres per minute. So every 3 centimetres, every minute we go up 3 centimetres. So if I go along 1 minute, I need to go up 3 centimetres from 4, so that's 7. So 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the middle there. And I'll keep doing that. But then it takes 8 minutes to finish filling the container. So we need to do that for 8 minutes. But you can kind of work out straight away that 8 times 3 centimetres per minute means it will go up to 24, but it's 24 plus the 4 we started with, so we need to end at 28 centimetres. So you could just do that and say 8 minutes later, making sure I'm on the right line, and go up to 28 and see where that joins up. So that lines up, and then just join up the dot from the start to the end, and you've modelled your relationship. You could check that you've done it right by checking your points. It goes along 1, and every time it goes along 1, it goes up 3. So there we are. Get the idea. On an iPad, it's difficult to get that exact. State the type of relationship modelled in your graph. Well, it's a linear relationship because you've got a straight line. State the dependent variable. Dependent variable, well, the depth of water is dependent on time. As time changes, the depth of water changes. So the y-axis is always a dependent variable. So the depth of water. In centimetres, obviously. Question 10, continued. Another container shown below. The container is filled with water at a constant rate of 5 cubic centimetres per second. 3 graphs are shown below, showing how the depth of water in the container changes over time. Explain which graph could model the depth of water in the container. So we've got graph A, B, and C. Well, what's happening? If I put water in, it's going to be fast at the start and get slower as we go up. So we want something that gets fast at the start and gets slow as we go up. Well, that doesn't happen at B. That's just the same over time, so it's not B. A and C, we've got a choice of now. Well, that's actually getting faster as it goes. That's getting slower as it goes. It starts fast and gets slow as it goes. So it's graph C. So how could we say that? Well, we could say that narrow at bottom means depth changes fast at start and slower as container fills. C shows fast rate at start, tapering off or getting slower towards the end. And we're done there. SQA Higher Application Maths 2023 spec paper, August. Question 6. The 3 diagrams below show a parachute's height varies above the ground over a period of time. So you've got A, B, and C. Which graph can't model the jump? So if you jump out of a plane, you're always going down. you never jump back up. It might look like it does in the movies because it's getting filmed by someone falling, but actually you always just go down. So that goes down all the time, that goes down all the time. This one goes down and then seems to jump up, so it's B. B, height cannot increase during parachute jump. And we're done there.
SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2024 question 10. A factory fills cans with carbonated fruit drink. The cans can have a volume of 330. The graph shows the relationship in time in seconds and the volume of carbonated fruit drink in millilitres as a can's filled. State the type of relationship modelled in the graph. Well, it might be hard to see this, but there's just a bunch of dots going in a line. Anyway, I'll just draw it in for you. And therefore, that is a linear model. You get three main types of models at higher apps: linear, quadratic, and, well, exponential. And linear is a straight line. So we're done there. Determine the rate at which each can be filled with carbonated fruit drink. You must include units. So rate is the same as gradient. I want to know how much millilitres per second. So I'll pick a point that I can read. So 1 in the corner, that one's good. Well, that's good, that lines up with 1. And make sure you get this really right. It is not 100, but it's going up in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. That's 110. So really the rate is 110 over 1. If you picked a different point, you would have to divide. You could have picked 220 divided by 2, or the last one, 330 divided by 3. But you'll still get 110. 110 divided by 1 is 110. And the units it's millilitres and it's seconds. So millilitres per second. And we're done there.
So the factory can only fill cans when staff are present. The machines in the factory can fill 5 cans at the same time. How many cans can it fill in a week? Stating the assumptions. It's a Fermi estimate. So let's make some assumptions. So I'm going to assume factory open 5 days a week. You might assume 7. You might assume 3. I'm assuming a part-time factory, but 5 seems reasonable. And we're going to assume staff work 8 hours per day. Now you might have assumed 24, you might assume a 24 factory, but 8 hours seems reasonable. So then it can fill 5 cans at a time. So we need to work out how much cans it can fill in all that time. So looking at our information, a can is 330 millilitres, and we know the machine for 1 can does 110 millilitres per second. So if we've got 330 millilitres and it's 110 millilitres per second, that takes 3 seconds for 1 can. But it's actually, it can do 5 cans at the same time. So it gets 3 seconds for 5 cans. So if it's 3 seconds for 5 cans, well, how many seconds are in a minute? There's 60 seconds in a minute. So 60 divided by 3 equals 20. So it can do 20 times 5, which is 100 cans per minute. So per hour, 100 times 60, it can do 6,000 cans per hour. So now we just times everything together. 6,000 times 5 days a week times 8 hours a day is 240,000 cans. And we're done there.
SQA Higher Applications of Maths 2023 question 10. We must refer to the information E10 in the pre-release material, which I've got downloaded. It says at the end of June 2021, the UK government replaced the standard E5 fuel with E10 to reduce national CO2 emissions. A newspaper article stated that since the nationwide introduction of E10 fuel, CO2 emissions have reduced to the effect of taking 550,000 cars off the road by the end of 2022. We have to calculate the CO2 emissions of 550,000 cars. So let's have a look at this. There's a data book got at the side here. There's the E10 petrol. And CO2 is one of greenhouse gas contributors to climate change, and the main benefit of E10 is it reduces it. By blending petrol with up to 10% ethanol, less fossil fuel is needed, helping us to reduce carbon emissions. The introduction of E10 in the UK is predicted to cut CO2 emissions by 750,000 tonnes a year, equivalent to 350,000 cars. So there's the bit of information we need. 750,000 tonnes is equal to 350,000 cars. So let's get rid of that for now. So we need to work out 550,000 cars, so we just do 750,000 divided by 350,000, because that will give us one car, and then times 550,000. That's a calculator job, that one. 750,123 divided by 350,123 times 550,123 is equal to 1178571. 0.428. We'll just truncate that to 1178571 tonnes. That'll be fine. Or 0.4 or 0.43. Okay, next one. Suggest a reason why the information from a newspaper article might not be appropriate as part of further research on reducing CO2 emissions. A number of things here. You can say that the newspaper article might be biased. You can say that information in the article might not be accurate. You can say other factors affect CO2 emissions, but fuel might change or cars might change. There's lots of things. But you could say, the thing you can't say, and this is very, very clear, is that you can't say that the information in a newspaper article is not accurate. You can say it might not be accurate, but you can't say it's not accurate. So I'm just going to put one of the reasons down. I'm going to say the newspaper might be biased. What I'm using, might not is biased. We don't know it is biased, but it might be. The fuel economy of a car, F miles per gallon, is reduced when it carries an additional load of M kilograms. The fuel economy of small cars modelled using the following equation. F equals 73.6 times 0.98 to the power of M over 42. State the independent variable. Well, a variable is something that can change. So the numbers are not variables. These are just numbers. They are constants. So the independent variable here is just this M. That's the thing that changes that affects the fuel economy. So M. Estimate the fuel economy of a small car that's carrying an additional load of 150 kilograms. F, remember, is equal to this formula. So I'll just do 73.6 times 0.98 to the power of 150 over 45. Use my calculator. $150 over 45. You get 68.806. 68.806. So 68.8, and then the units were miles per gallon, so we need to put our units in. All done for that bit. A customer is filling up their tank with petrol. The shape of a petrol tank inside the car is a horizontal cylinder with two hemispheres on either side, shown in the diagram. We'll go to depth of petrol as it goes through this tank. The three diagrams show how the depth of petrol varies with the volume of petrol in the tank. A, B, and C. Explain which graph could model the petrol in the tank. So to work out what graph this is, well, we can see here, if you look at the picture of the tank, as this is getting filled up with liquid, since this is changing like that, it will go in fast to start with, but it will start to slow down as it gets to the middle because it gets to its widest point. So it will go in fast and start to slow down, but once it gets to the middle, since this is symmetrical, the width is actually decreasing as you get to the top. So it will start to get faster again once you get past the middle. So it will go in fast. Once you start slowing down, then go in fast again. Going fast, starts, slows down, goes in fast again. Compare that to B. That's going in slow, slower, 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 and then going fast. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't go slower, slower, slower. It goes in fast, starts to slow down. And then this one, graph C, going in fast and then steady. If it was steady,
it means the depth wouldn't change, the width of this container wouldn't change at all, which isn't true, of course, because it's changing constantly. So it's graph A. And all we need to do is explain exactly what I just said. Graph A, because at start, depth increases faster, then slows in the middle, then depth increases faster again at the end. And we're done there.
To be Mr. Clelland from Clelland Maths, thank you so much for getting through this higher applications of maths video. Remember, we've got lots of stuff in the members only channel for higher applications of maths, and we've got our ultimate epic last minute live stream the night before the exam. Get on it now, don't miss your spot.